Come on, everybody. Settle down. Come on, everyone. Grab your tablecloths, gather round the fire as we begin a whole new video game series on YouTube live streaming services. Today, we will be beginning to play the video game Final Fantasy X. The X is for extreme. The X is for exquisite. Well, you'll see, today we will be going on an adventure. We will be going on an adventure.
Listen to my story. Listen to my story. I am a talking protagonist. All of the characters in this video game are going to talk to you.
You're right. For when one of my witty viewers says something hilarious. Where's Carl's in the chat? Baby's in the chat. Clap, clap, clap. Clap for you. Clap for you. Everybody gets a clap. Settle down. Grab your fucking tablecloths and gather round. We're going to begin another adventure. If you thought the last fantasy was final, what a fucking idiot you turned out to be. Sorry, is that Tommy? Set up a miss most of this game to work. It's alright, man, because the VODs will be there forever. Maybe. And it's going to be a good one. I've taken some notes of the philosophical nature. Shout out to Pudgy's in the chat. Pudgy's after you. Pudgy's after you, man. Sorry, I was just doing that to be fantastical. I have so many catcalls all over this game. It's as bad as Rocky Horror. I'm gonna make this game intelligent because it's actually got. I fuck with Final Fantasy X. I do like Final Fantasy X. I know my thesis, my belief, my faith system is that Final Fantasy IX is the final fantasy, and I believe in that. But that's not to say that Final Fantasy X is bad. It's just like it's the beginning of the straying from the light. Like the closer you are to the light, the more of its warmth and its benefits like you can bask in. But after this, it just gets fucked. And Final Fantasy XII is okay as well, but it's getting further from the light. Because then we get 13, and 13 is a cacker in a fucking shitty ass, coming out of it repeatedly. Looking a bit dark there today. Gather around, grab your dishcloths. Change your nappy, because we're going to be here for a bit. Why is Tommy's messages gone? Baby, why is Tommy's messages gone? Tomo's after you. Wasn't me. I didn't fucking say it. I didn't fucking say anything. It wasn't me. Well, settle down. Settle down. Today we're going to talk about dream children and organized religion. And we will be censoring everybody. We'll be Tommy's just the example. We will be censoring everybody's opinions, regardless if there's a good opinion, I will siphon it and then fucking kick you out of here and then reiterate your opinion, your good opinion, as if it was my own. I just timed him out in my pocket. Well, fuck. Fucking brilliant. Is he? Can he still? Poor guy, Lee's. But Tommy. Fucking babies after you, man. Everybody watch out. Ooh. Ooh. Babies after you. It's all right, man. It's all right. He'll just have to go and work without any joy. Like he's already upset that he's going to be missing some of this due to the fact he has to do things he doesn't want to do, and now even the things he does want to do. Baby's taking an authoritarian stance. Whoa, what's going on, man? Come on, guys. Listen to the music. Can't we all just get the fuck along? Right, okay. Shall we start? I kind of... Fucking Ashley's not here, man. I might get shouted at. Somebody bell Ashley. Tell her that we're getting into it. Tell her we're getting into it, man. Alright, it's alright. I've waited long. I think we've waited long enough. Man. Take him out, man. Stamp on his head, man. He's still wriggling, man. It might be rigor mortis, but let's just be safe. Let's just be safe. I haven't got a thumbnail because, to be honest, I only decided, am I gonna stream, or should I just carry on working on the bits I've been working on today? But I've done a fair bit, and I've done a lot of clicking to the point where I can feel it being represented in my arms. So it's actually healthy for me. It's actually healthy for me to be here. So thank you very much. We're gonna do Final Fantasy X from the top, and we're gonna talk about it. We'll start it today, and then tomorrow I don't know what we're gonna play, and then Saturday I don't know what we're gonna play either. But we will have games night as part of the whole Saturday experience. I'm just deliberating on what the fucking offerings will be in terms of games, man. Right, what's the crack here, man? Are my pads working? That'd be a good place to start. Ibanoro Sakaguchi's after you. Even though he's an executive producer on this, he didn't actually do that much volume. A bit fucking dark. Just have to wait for it to get dark outside, man. Not much I can do about that. Right. Dream Lad Simulator. Expert Sphere Grid, of course. Who do you think I am, man? Yeah, man. Final Fantasy broke up with me like ages ago. Like changed the status and everything. I didn't know this, so I was walking around for fucking half a decade to probably a decade. I've got real egg on my face. You have selected the Expert Sphere Grid. Cannot switch grids in game. Is that the one you want? Don't know, man. kind of happy with the original. I'm worried that this track is all right and no, we have to have the shitty fucking MIDI instruments, don't we? Let's be real. Of course we do. Play the original soundtrack. Yeah. This is my story. Fucking listen to it, cunt. I'm the real one, cunt. I'll fucking tell you what's gonna happen in the story. I'm a bit thick, man. It's the first time I've really told you a whole 30-hour story, but I'll do my best, man. I'll do my best. Listen to my story. I'm fucking steamy, mate. I want Kamari to tell me.
Listen to my story. Listen to my blue story. Listen to my blue tales. I have to tell you. There are many ghosts and many hosts, and a ball is thrown underwater. That is my story.
Babe alert! Ooh! They should have given her like cornrows, like Deandra has in the Jersey episode of Always Sunny. Really, really tight on her scalp. Pudgy says, I was so emotionally invested in this shit when I was a teenager. To us, the deepest of feels. It's that cunt fucking Uematsu, I think. Or is it Uematsu in this? Don't know if it is, actually. Off to a great start for this analysis, Mike. I can't even remember the fucking man on the piano. The piano man. I am Titus. I am Story Boy. I will tell you my quest. Do you want to listen? He's gonna do it. I can see his teeth, man. I want to say that. Sometimes high definition, a bit much. Hurry up and speak.
最後かもしれないだろう。
Oh.
だから
Wait.
全部話してお
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Me neither, son. False start. False start. I've got a few quality of life mods on, man. I didn't know they were going to do that. They pulled the rug out from right under me. And the thing is, it took him fucking 40 minutes to start talking as well. So boy, do I look silly. Right, let's try that again. Hopefully it's all right now. Hopefully it's all right now. Hopefully it's all right now. I'm sure it will be. Can't have that, man. The voice actor in this game is the voice dub is far too iconic. Alright, we just have to wait 10 minutes until he works up the courage to present his tale to us. Know now that this is technically an unreliable narrator story. This game's choosing to break the fourth wall before we even know that walls are really a thing in this universe. This is creating a meta narrative that acknowledges its own artifice. In philosophical terms, we're being immediately thrown into a Baudrillardian hyper-reality where the distinctions between game and story, player and character, reality and simulation begin to collapse. Because Titus talks this one to you. Me? You want to tell me your story? Oh. Look how blue his eyes are, man. They're blue like two little blitz balls affixed to his skull.
Oh.
I'm fucking nervous, man. What if he speaks Japanese again?
Listen to my story.
There he is, man.
This may be our last chance.
Fucking do it. I'll fucking take all of these cunts down with me.
I'm going back to Dreams, Anakin, and all you lot are coming with me. You coming with me?
That's it. Been hitting the Zannies too hard, man. That's the end of the story, sorry. He's black on the front row! One of the first lines of dialogue in this entire game, and it's fucking agony. Watch this.
Can you sign this?
Oh no, these lot are alright, man. Tidus. Tidus.
Please?
Tidus. Alrighty.
Take it easy.
You just flick him on the forehead, man, like you would a dog.
Can I have your autograph?
Of course.
He's back on the front row!
Nothing to worry about. Oh, if I score a goal, I'll,
See this.
do this. That'll be okay? What seat?
He's blocking the front row. It's from the right.
Nailed it.
Got it.
Nailed it, and I'll be nailing you later.
Well, gotta go. Cheer for me.
Yeah, try doing that underwater, cunt.
3. Teach us how to blitz.
No,
Hey, I got a game to play.
no,
Then teach us after.
no.
Maybe tonight, well,
You can't tonight.
I mean tomorrow.
Promise?
Promise.
That was a bit sus, actually. That was a bit sus, the kids doing that. I'll talk about why in a bit. I'll try and remember that they did that. But that's actually a bit sus that they done that. This is some very good exposition, by the way, this little bit.
When I heard the news, our hero, Jecht, gone, vanished into thin air. My dad must have been his biggest fan. I knew how sad he'd be. Heck, we all were that day. Zanar, I says to myself, what are you thinking? I went running straight back home. We sat up talking about Jecht all night. My dad and I never talked so much. Whoa, didn't mean to reminisce, folks. Anyway, 10 years later, the Jecht Memorial Cup tournament is today. The two teams that have won through to the finals are, of course, the Abes from A East and the Duggles from C South.
The Douglas from C South.
A lot of people out there today to see the star of the Abes. In just 1 year, he's become the team's #1 player. He's Jecht's blood and the new hope of Blitzball. What kind of super play will he show us today? Will we see his father's legendary shot? I don't think I'm the only one excited here, folks.
It's a good bit of exposition. It functionally, it tells us a lot. We walk in, and Tidus goes, "Fucking dickhead, man," and then the guy starts talking about who we can only assume is the guy on the billboard up there, because we know we're not Jecht. We just named ourselves Tidus, so it is just exposition, but as far as exposition delivery goes, not that bad. We get the best opening cinematic probably in this series now. It's pretty good, man. There it is, wet boy. We'll get to that, Pudgy. Pudgy asks, I don't remember if this takes place in a different time period or if this is just Faith City living. Yeah, we'll step around. Appreciate that, man. I'll step around spoilers a wee bit, but there'll be some stuff that I step on probably a bit ahead of time. But it doesn't really explain some facets too well. I'll do my best to fill in the blanks. Says, I wish I lived in a city with a giant orb of water. One day, man. One day, I believe in that for you. I believe that's in your future, son. I did a tarot reading just before this. That's exactly what it told me. It's weird, man. Pudgy says, Orin is there, so it could be the far plane. No, it's weird. It's a bit weird. It's a bit weird because it's. I don't think it is really. I might have to boot my memory back up on a few things because it's either very similar, but I don't think it is explicitly far plane. The far plane being, you know what? I'll explain some concepts like that, but I'll let the game boot up. It's the whole spiritual things it's got going on. But we've got this whole sublime moment. It's for all of these people, quote unquote people. It's so overwhelming. It's terror while simultaneously like inspiring. All of this is very sort of like, because we've only just come into this universe. It's just like, fucking hell. What's going on here, man? Everything's so fucking everything's so fucking cool looking, but I haven't got time to think about it because there's also all this mad stuff going on. Sin, the thing that's attacking us, quote unquote attacking us, there'll be a lot of that. He's not just a monster. It's kind of an incomprehensible force at this point. It defies categorization at this point. It's a Lovecraftian horror at this point. It kind of makes Cthulhu look like a pet goldfish, because we just at the moment we can't really we have no foundation for how this world works right now. So we can only go off of how people are reacting to this, man. And so far, everybody seems dead panicked by it, apart from this dickhead in the red coat. I shouldn't really call him a dickhead because he's one of the coolest characters going, but this is the situation that we've got. It's the sublime. It's something so vast that any of our attempts to kind of comprehend what's going on right now are just gonna fall flat. I swear why I really like this opening, because it's just so like, what the fuck? What do I focus on? It's really good, man. Really strong opening. That's fair enough, man.
My old man?
You've got some good exposition set up as well, man. Take care, Tommy. I hope everything goes all right today, my friend. Oh yeah, we'll make sure the VODs are up, man. I need to post the other VODs that are complete now as well.
These ones don't matter. We cut through.
Oh god, this is going to be fun. We've got the best combat in this series as far as I'm concerned, apart from 10-2. But you know, 10-2 doesn't really need to exist. I think the only reason people put up with it is because of the combat. I know some people wanted like more FF10, but all it did was break a lot of the rules that was set up in the ending of this one. We really didn't need it. I don't know if we'll be getting around to 10-2. It's going to be a lot harder to talk about after 10, certainly. And let me know if audio's all right and all that good. Yeah, this could be a fun one to talk about. There are a lot more theology stuff to get into for this, because it's a pretty loud criticism of like organized religion, but it's not a critique of religion on its own. In fact, it's kind of a bit of an advocate for a lot of spirituality and religious practices, but it goes pretty hard on dogmatic, unwavering belief in religious systems that are essentially just run by a bunch of very old bureaucrats and fib tellers. Oh, this is going to be a fucking fun playthrough. I can't remember how it compares to the others in terms of playthrough length. It's probably still a 30 to 40 hour job, to be honest. But this one's a lot more linear as well, so we won't have to worry about not doing a lot of the side stuff as much, because that kind of opens up way later on anyway. We're actually not. I wonder if I can. Pudgy asked if we're playing with the Albed alphabet unlocked. We're not, but I wonder if I can. I wonder if there's any way I can. There will be a way. That might be interesting. Just having a look now. When the fuck? On 2022, we did start this. Well, I forgot, we did start this on stream fucking a couple of years back. We didn't get very far.
What are you laughing at, old man? Aaron, let's get out of here.
You alright, Ash? Excited to have you.
Give me
A bit dark today. Give me a break, boy. Give me a break, boy. My job, right? Let's have a look. Probably, yeah, famously BB on a very first playthrough of a very first Final Fantasy called Cloud Yeezy. I always kind of advise against that on your first playthrough. People could do what the fuck they want though, like, it was just me gatekeeping, bro. We'll be looking into merch soon. Again, I've still got some merch to go around, to be honest.
Trust me, you'll see.
It's gonna be interesting and nice playing a Final Fantasy. I do enjoy doing all the character voices, man, but it is quite demanding at times. Got a whole chicken in the oven, goddamn. I should probably sword play, right? Fuck it. I'll see about getting Albed. We won't have it. I'll tell you what. We'll run this session without it because we get exposure to the Albed quite early on, and then we don't for ages. So especially if there's anybody unfamiliar with Final Fantasy X, it might be good to have them exposed to the exotic nature of the Albed language. There's some stuff I'll be able to translate, man. Only a little bit. There's certain words that I know. It's not an actual language per se. It's just swapping letters out. It does function technically as a language, but it borders on like Pig Latin, kind of.
You are sure?
Orin talking to the thing there. Are you sure, cunt? Are you sure, Cthulhu Beast in the Sky?
This is it.
It's your story.
This is your story.
Into the fucking Cthulhian asshole in the sky, man. It's puckering for you, my son.
It all begins here.
It all puckers from here. It's all upwind and puckering for you, sunshine. Pucker up, fucker. Sorry.
Hey!
My old man?
I forgot about those two little lines of dialogue there. Hey! Which is Jack's voice. Well, this is pretty solid foreshadowing, really. I mean, me saying foreshadowing is enough to make anybody that doesn't know what's going on
About a lot of things.
to begin thinking, well, what's being foreshadowed? What's the connection between
Myself into. I started
Tidus's dad? Sorry,
lightheaded.
yeah, Tidus's dad, and
Sleepy.
everything that's just occurred.
I had a dream. A dream of being alone. I wanted someone, anyone, beside me. So I didn't have to feel alone anymore.
I just love this delivery, man. It's very Silent Hill in a way. It reminds me of James Sunderland in a way, like a young James Sunderland, Guy Seehey style. It's the name of the voice actor for Tidus. It's like James Arnold Taylor. I thought it was. But he says, I like how they legit show Jack's symbol, but it doesn't mean anything unless you play. Yeah, I thought that was. I didn't remember that little bit, but it is telegraphing quite a lot. But it's a moment that it's annoying how you can't dial back into a time where you didn't know what was going on, really, especially because a lot of us would have played this game when we were a lot younger. That's not because so much happens. You fucking forget about all that, man, because what that is actually foreshadowing. I think it was still a surprise to me when the reveals start coming in, because you're just blindsided by all of this fucking absurdity going on, man. Karusko says, having never played or watched Final Fantasy X past that intro scene with the big ass bombs coming through the water, I feel like I'm being indoctrinated. Fucking yes, it's going to be brilliant having people that aren't versed in the text, so to speak. That makes me really excited. So what we're going to do is we are going to. This is going to be a spoiler-free light run. So anybody that does know what's going on, let's enjoy the fact that we get to experience these revelations in this world through new eyes and stuff. That has actually that filled my dopamine receptors all the way up, man, because there's nothing better than showing these games to, like showing recommending Final Fantasy 7 and 9 to BB was a very fulfilling experience, because it's like, well, shit, man, I'm holding on to all this, and most cunts in my life just aren't bothered. Most cunts are just like, oh yeah, Final Fantasy sounds gay, bro. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I'll check that out. Turn-based combat. Fuck off, man. And these are the people that are like, Wind Waker? What's this fucking baby shit? It's like, bro, you don't. Come on. Fucking give me a chance, man. It's like, sorry, bro, too busy watching The Wire. It's like, yeah, The Wire's good, man, but you know, people in Final Fantasy have issues too. Don't bother. Don't worry about asking stuff, Pudgy, because I'll try and answer it in kind of veiled ways. Like, I'm still going to be breaking stuff down. I'm playing this with notes regarding a lot of the philosophical stuff that we'll get into as per. And a lot of the notes do start in a pretty non-linear fashion, so it's like, okay, so this connects this to that. This beginning fragment connects all the way to the end, and yada yada yada. There's a lot of setup, there's a lot of pretense, but not enough context, and that's what I fucking love about the intro to Final Fantasy X versus maybe any of the other Final Fantasies, like all of the others up until this one, because all of the others give us a very strong sense of place and time, even if it doesn't give us like calendar years and stuff like that, man. Can we spoiler? No, Stewie. Keep it stum, my guy. Keep it stum. No, I'll still ask you. Good man, Pudgy. I appreciate that. Fucking. I like it when chat's a bit of attitude with me, man. I don't know. I'm just a bit of a fucking sad cunt. No, this is probably the most existential of all the entries. Ooh. All right, we'll test that theory, because I'm not going to contend. But 3 parts of my brain wanted to fucking attack you then, and had to go, whoa, wait. He might have a point. because I don't know if I agree with that off the bat, but the fact that I'm not going to disagree with you immediately, because it's been a long time since I played this game, and it's only very recently, like when returning to 8 and 9 and stuff, that I've noticed so fucking much that I didn't ever notice before. Things that you could only really understand if you've existed for a certain amount of time, or if you've, you know, obviously I've got a bit of a fixation on philosophical and psychoanalytical sort of critical readings, but that's all stuff that I've accumulated the longer that I live, and I only understand certain philosophy concepts and other analytical concepts the longer I have been alive, with more experience to draw from, the more references and things to pull from within my own existence to relate back to a lot of the things that the games are discussing. So especially because this is the first non-Sakaguchi game, like, well, Sakaguchi's involved, but he's not heavily involved, which makes a big difference, bro, because Sakaguchi's an existential guy, man. But there'll be a lot of ideas that were left over from like 9 and all the rest that kind of folded into this one. I would say I had to research this a bit whilst doing research for Final Fantasy 9, just to see where it was all tied off, man. It's probably hour for hour has the most depressing. I'd say so. It's bleak. It's bleak, and I think the only reason anybody could say, "Oh, it's not that bleak," is because of this setting. It's a very fragrant open air setting with the Caribbean sort of aesthetics and whatnot. Gurisco says the crazy bit for me so far is this like whiplash between going from this very bright city, very modern, into this crazy water temple darkness immediately. Beautiful. It's whiplash is a great way to a great word to use, I think, because it's just like, well, what the fuck? Like, I'm trying to learn about this new world, but you keep pulling the rug from out under me. So there's a big city. They're playing rugby under the water. Cthulhu. Now I'm here, man, and everything's shit. What's going on? It's a banger. It really is. It sets it. It's borderline Lynchian in a way. Oh, come on, Moose. I fucking jumped then, try to get that. I was like, come on. It really doesn't let you get settled on any ideas yet. Like, we have no idea what's going on. And that's quite brave, really. Like, it is a case of, right, well, I'll just fucking, you just drag me kicking and screaming, and I'll learn what I can along the way. But yeah, Tidus isn't gonna have a good time for a bit. He's gone from being sort of the David Beckham of Blitzball, the underwater rugby thing they've got going on, to being displaced in some way, shape, or form. It certainly appears like he's somewhere else. Or somewhere else. Just as confused as the MC. That's an interesting choice. Yeah, absolutely. Our unreliable narrator. He's not really an unreliable narrator, but because Tidus is presenting this as a retelling of his story, it could be, but it's not. He just says that, but him being the one to say that at the very beginning doesn't really have any bearing on the telling of the story. Sometimes you'll just hear him monologuing, but we have to assume that this is all what happened, beat for beat.
I thought I was gonna die in this place.
Euclidean horror. I love that. I just love the word Euclidean as well, and what it means, because there's a lot of liminal space stuff already going on, and I don't just necessarily mean like when a lot of people think liminal space, they think photos of abandoned McDonald's, which isn't necessarily what liminal spaces are or what liminal means either. It's sort of it's this uncanny how would I articulate it, man?
Fire.
It's a sense that even though you're looking at something you should recognize, it's what's the best way to fucking say this, man? BB might be able to liminal. I'm just going to get occupying a position at or on both sides a boundary or a threshold. Liminal is of or relating to or situated at a sensory threshold, barely perceptible or capable of eliciting a response. The quality of ambiguity and disorientation that occurs in the middle stage of a rite of passage. Liminality. And I think it does just that in terms of this weird hopping to and from certain locations and setups and foundations in terms of our limited understanding of this world and how we're expected to really decipher what's going on. It's very hard to do so. We are existing in that little passage of liminality where we can't really place ourselves. There is a boundary that has been passed, and it doesn't matter what side of that boundary we're really on. Everything is somewhat like the place has gravity. You know, the characters appear to be human. They've got arms and legs, 2 eyes, just like us, man. There's some things we can connect to, but that's about all we have to cling on to in terms of representation. And all the rest of it. It's a lot of visual language that was going on before in terms of the almost normal, but not exactly. There's something just a bit like... So before we had Zanakin's like sort of cool blues and the purples like representing these... Sorry, folks. OBS was doing that a little bit yesterday as well. Hold on. No, sorry. If that happens again, I will be right back. It was doing that yesterday towards the end of the stream as well. I'll start back from what I was talking about in terms of visual language, and then we'll crack on. There'll be a lot more of my patter in this one than there was in whatchamacallit, Snake Eater, I would wager. Gonna reset the game as well. When I tab back in, it's a completely black screen, unless... How weird. Hold on. It's alright, I can talk whilst I'm booting the game back up. Zanakin, cool blues, purples, technology, artificial light. It's all kind of violently interrupted by Sin's oppositional oranges and blacks, like primal chaos in a way. We get a bit more of that here, actually. The water motif, which is going to persist throughout the entire game, really, for multiple reasons, man. It kind of begins here with Sin emerging from the sea to destroy civilization. It's something we've heard before in a few places, man, and a lot of myths and sort of mythology as well. Water in Final Fantasy X represents both life and death. It's creation and destruction, much like in sort of this Taoist philosophy where opposites always contain each other. Auron turns around to our boy Tidus and he goes, "Cunt, this is your story," while the city goes to shit around them. We're witnessing what big lads like Kierkegaard would call like a teleological suspension of the ethical. Tidus must abandon everything he knows on faith alone, like we must. It's like, shit, okay, well, take me away, man. I guess I don't have a choice. You're telling me it's going to be all right. But it's the absurdity of kind of following a man who speaks exclusively in fortune cookie style wisdom while monsters rain from the sky. And it's all just kind of peak existential crisis material, man. We've got a lot going on in a very short amount of time. So when we get sucked up, Tidus is sucked up into Sin, and he finds himself in this weird liminal space with his younger self. And that little brief vignette we had when we were kind of floating in the air, and we had the emblem that is contained around Tidus's neck as well. The little it represents Jecht, his dad. Anyway, there's a link for the writing on the floor. By the way, I'll try and find it, but I imagine you have it. Not too sure. I'll have a look. We'll poke around. But that whole thing is probably what anthropologists like Turner, Victor Turner, might call a liminal space. It's the threshold between realities where this transformation occurs. It's also a pretty good representation of these Jungian concepts of like confronting one's shadow self before personal growth can occur. One of the things we're going to learn about Tidus is he's a bit traumatized. Surprise, surprise, he's a Final Fantasy protagonist, right? But we saw his child self there, and there are allusions to Tidus's dad. We already get the idea that Tidus, sorry, I'm going to do that a lot, Tidus. Tidus is the name, is the pronunciation that makes sense, but it's Tidus. Tidus has some beef with his dad. We don't really know what that is, but the game tying these themes and ideas together, already we've got Tidus as he is right now, floating in a liminal space. We've got a big looming emblem, a big logo that symbolizes his dad. It's burning, and then down here we have little Tidus, little inner child Tidus, somewhat hiding behind Auron. It's telling us quite a lot already. The kind of animation choices are pretty philosophically loaded on their own. Like he's reaching, but he's never quite grasping his younger self. It could be like the existential inability to reclaim one's past. It's fucking funny. The fact that he's floating around this kind of temporal discontinuity is it tells us a lot of things better than a lot of words could. It's like we're always kind of separated from our former selves, potentially. We're always trying to reach across this temporal, this liminal gulf that can't really be bridged, so to speak. And here we are, like we've been snatched out of our reality as we knew it to be, and we've awoken underwater in the ruins of some sort of temple. And this is quite loudly, you could say, kind of like baptism symbolism, right? With all the subtlety of a fucking sledgehammer in this case, man. He's literally, he's been reborn in some way, shape or form. Whether, symbolically or whatever, it's a pretty loud, the use of water in this narrative, in this world, goes, it quite a few different dimensions. We'll be talking about it a lot because there's a lot of Shintoist spirituality concepts embedded in this game and the world and the spiritual systems that operate within it. I better bite my lip there so I don't explain away too much. But just keep an eye on the juxtapositions and the ways in which water is used, its connections with things like life and death. If you know anything about sort of Shintoist spiritual concepts and stuff like that, you might have a bit of an advantage, but we'll go over all of that, absolutely. But I better cut myself off, man, because I will say something I don't mean to. And Ash, I know you're lurking. Don't let me keep you here more than you should be or need to be. But if I do risk missing anything, it's been fucking years since I played this one. So do feel free to shout it out. I won't be offended. And I won't be annoyed. Stewie says, I think this one and FF10-2 are less the slow brooding end and more preamble to the apocalypse. I have a hard time canonizing FF10-2 because it to me it spoils a lot of, well, it breaks a lot of rules to what 10 sets up. I don't think we really needed it. Sakaguchi famously hated the idea of sequels, so it's funny that the first Final Fantasy that is worked on without his under his umbrella because it's his baby. The fact that the very first Final Fantasy that was worked on when he walked away after 9 ended up getting a sequel. The pain of trying to describe deeper themes, because there's a lot to dig into, man. There's a lot to dig into, fortunately, but I'll let the game explain it. Once it's set up some of the quote-unquote rules of the world and all the rest of it. Because the way that Final Fantasy X kind of rolls out its world building is actually really fucking good, man. Like, I've got a lot of criticisms for Final Fantasy X, but its world building isn't among them. There's some stuff in the world building that doesn't make sense. It's a bit contrived, but it generally does a very good job, despite the fact that this opening few sequences is so fucking overwhelming. Absolutely.
I need food. What do you want?
It was a bad call. Your team lost because of you.
You came to say that?
It's been 10 years. I thought you'd be crying.
I need food. Mommy, maybe want milk. Maybe want milk. You cried. Pussy.
Hey, wait! Don't go out on me! Nah, just hold on. I'll get more wood.
You'd shit yourself, wouldn't you? Oh, we put at least 10 hours into Bleach, but it's not guaranteed. We'll have to play a little bit of Blitzball, but I don't know if we'll get that deep into it, to be honest. I really do like the I feel like they nailed it with this combat system, to be honest. It's always been the combat system that I was gonna ape when devising my own JRPG. Nonsense. Just flows so well, man. It's a shame this is the last we really got of this system, not including 10-2. We've got a lot of cultural debris going on, man. It's a lot of fragments of history, right? It's a lot of stuff around us in this temple sort of thing that's lost its original sort of context, but may still hold some power, you know, whether it be for its historical value or its symbolic value. We don't really know where we are or what's going on yet. We don't have enough context, but we do know that at some point where we are was important to some degree, man. Stewie says, I think this is also the first arrogant pro tag we get in It's hard to say, man, because you could argue that Cloud is arrogant as well. But it's in a similar case. It might be more cognitive dissonance for characters like Tidus, and perhaps even Squall in some way, shape, or form. But he's got a few more excuses than the former. But I'd say in Tidus's case, like, cognitive dissonance has a lot to do with how he presents himself and how he discusses things.
Phew. That was close. Hey, let me go!
Fredek Drak! Ifin, Irisa, Tekiaka! Wak, Edeku! Gemed?
Fed! Srivadak Risa!
Dralnia, Drakisha Tain.
Ifun Petted! Fapuneket Fedrik! Kuno.
Kuno means sorry, so you've got C for S, U for O, N for R, and O for Y. So you could already start deciphering it if you wanted to get if you wanted to get a pen and paper out, which we're not going to. You could already start on this, man, if you do know some of the words. Like, Kuno's the only one that fucking stuck out to me. I do remember that meaning sorry. At least not chat. I'm just gonna go for a quick piss.
Kid, good die job.
Hey, that hurts!
Musujek, right?
Whoa. Okay.
Canis!
Right, whatever.
Tuli Hood Kabeg?
I said I don't understand.
Akonala!
Fed! He said you can stay if you make yourself useful.
You understand me? All right, I'll work.
So, Jesus is getting his introduction to slavery, which is a great start, man. Great start. Certainly the quickest any character in the Final Fantasy has become a slave, I would say. That primer.
Oh, almost forgot.
The sphere grid is used to develop your characters by activating nodes with spheres. Let's see how this is done. Select sphere grid from the menu. The cursor appears at the selected character's current position. Use information. By this one, lets you learn an ability. Upgrade locations. Activating. Must move. Let's go through. I'll show you how it works, man. It's probably one of my favorite progression systems, if not my favorite in the whole series, I think. I saw in the hex table in Fear and Hunger, funnily enough, is very similar to this as well. So I can only imagine good old Orange got inspiration for his hex table skill tree from the sphere grid in Final Fantasy X, because they are very, very, very similar.
We found some ancient ruins right beneath us. It's not active now, but there should still be some power left.
Based.
We're gonna go down there and activate it.
Based.
And then we should be able to salvage the big prize.
Wicked.
Okay, let's get to work.
Roger.
The jolliest slave there ever was, I think. It's never explained how these cunts hold the breath underwater for so long. I don't think everybody can do it. There's a few reasons to expect that's the case. I guess chief among them being the fact that there's only 3 characters, including Tidus, that can be used in these underwater sections out of all the people that we get on our party, and it's never really discussed how and why particular individuals are able to hold their breath underwater for so long. I think there's actually a bit of a gag in Worlds of Final Fantasy about this, where one of the protagonists of that game asks how it's done, and Tidus just doesn't really have a straight answer. So yeah, basically they can hold some of these cunts can hold their breath indefinitely, as far as we're concerned. We don't know what the limit is to their breath holding, because there's never any point that we need to. There's never any point we need to go gasping for air. We've never got a time limit underwater during these sections. Sorry. It's the first time since the whole little sequence in Zanarkand where we're seeing a little bit of technology, and Tidus knows exactly what to do with it, apparently. Yep. I guess he wasn't too blitzballers, no, absolutely. Well, the fact that modern science is trying to develop breathable liquid for divers. Depends what you mean by modern science, man. I don't know if there's any tech being used here, or in the least, it's unlikely that all of this water, the sea, could be made of. It could do, but then why wouldn't any of the other party members be able to breathe underwater? You know, it's a tricky one. I think Pudgy has the best sort of take on it. Blitzballers, no. I guess it's something you just train for. Would be my best guess, but it's never answered to the point where they do end up taking the piss out of it in a spin-off title later on. It's strange. I would address it though. If it's a good world building practice. Like when you're building up new worlds and stuff, asking why is the best thing you can do. It's like these cunts can hold their breath underwater for ages. Well, why? Because they use a fucking technical apparatus like in the Phantom Menace, or they just train for it. They just train for it, or the water in this world is such a way where, you know. But they don't address it. It's fair enough. I guess you don't have to. It is fun to theorize, but ultimately that's all we can do. Hey, get your tentacles off my girlfriend. So a lot of our time has been spent in the water, even during that whole little temple sequence that we were just in. Like, we even had a. I've got to move around, haven't I? in regards to the whole quote unquote baptism sequence that we had back at the temple, we had a fight against a boss called something that's like Geos Gain or something like that. It doesn't really. Anyway, it is just a very brief boss battle, but it could represent like this primal fear of being devoured. It's something. I think it was Otto Rank might call a quote unquote birth trauma. Tidus must escape from the belly of the fucking beast. It's one of many kind of rebirth metaphors which are going to keep on coming up in Final Fantasy X across many world mythologies as well. You can't defeat the monster; you can only escape it. Sometimes running away is the only victory possible. It's a lesson that we'll kind of have to learn repeatedly, or Tidus will have to learn. And there is a lot that it is very symbolically loaded. All of that initial, like we've even got the orifice in the sky, man. It's like we're being born in reverse in a way when we're in Zanarkand and stuff, and Sin puckers up. His Anu dilates to suck us up within it, and then we are plunged into a cold, harsh reality. And the whole sequence is not too unlike being born, right? Tidus has been born or rebirthed in some way, shape, or form. That's the best way I could probably describe what this setup could articulate, kind of symbolically at least. Where's me going? Can I not use my D-pad on it? Oh, I can. I was gonna say. And with this whole encounter with these people that don't speak the same language as Tidus, we've got this very sort of. Can I not pincer attack it, man? Stand by, I guess. What is the full run playtime on this? I can't remember, but I think. Oh, there we go. I think all the others generally up to this point are about 30 to 40 hours, so I'd say it's about the same. I seem to like 35. Seems about reasonable. We've got a bit of a language barrier now. This classic problem of language and understanding. So without sharing the same vocabulary, communication at this point is limited to gestures and basic needs. Like it's a lot of Wittgenstein's language game theory, meaning emerges through use and context, not just through dictionary definitions. So with the Al Bhed, the name of this other ethnic group that Tidus is struggling to interface with, they are kind of representative of the quote unquote other, capital O other. It's a group defined by their differences at this point rather than our similarities. We'll find out more about who they are, what they represent, in regards to the context of belief, theology, and all the rest of it soon. I don't want to step on the Al Bhed's toes too much. But there's going to be a lot of discussions about like the technological ethics of the world that we're in, and the right or wrongness of either side of a certain belief, with some people or some peoples believing technology to be a sin, for lack of a better way of putting it, or believe we have license to like there's going to be a bit, and that's not new to Final Fantasy, certainly. We've kind of got Magitech in Final Fantasy VI, Mako in Final Fantasy VII. We've got the whole Mist debate in Final Fantasy IX. So technology versus spirituality and connectedness with the planet isn't new to Final Fantasy at all. And there are some people, through a very flimsy connection in Final Fantasy X-2, that tried to connect Final Fantasy VII's Gaia to the world that we're in here. But it's not a real connection. But there are some interesting similarities between the way that the world is interfaced with in both those games, though. That Final Fantasy VII and X do have some similarities, but yeah, strictly anthological up to this point, man. I think 12 is the only one that kind of breaks that anthology spell, so to speak, with Ivalice being a world that already exists in Final Fantasy Tactics and Vagrant Story as well. But up until 12, all of the Final Fantasies are contained universes. And that's how Sakaguchi always wanted it to be.
Hoof, Rufdu, Tungadib. Way, Wichita!
Hey! Hey, I helped out, didn't I?
100% in 15 to 25 hours. Surely fucking not. Surely fucking not. Not with the monster breeding and all the rest of it, man. Surely fucking not. I need to double check. Is Uematsu on the boards? Listen to Tidus devour this.
Hey!
Okay, it is an Uematsu. It is an Uematsu joint, but it's the first time he had any assistance composing the score for a Final Fantasy game. His fellow composers for 10 were Masashi Hamauzu and Junya Nakano, sorry. Uematsu contributed 51 tracks, Hamauzu contributed 20, and Nakano contributed 18 tracks to the game. So it's almost got half the amount of tracks that Uematsu composed on his fucking own for Final Fantasy IX, but it is still a very good soundtrack. Some very, very, very iconic tracks in this. I still don't think it's as iconic a soundtrack as 7, 8, or 9, but the Zanarkand theme and all the rest of it, fantastic, man.
We?
Oh, we means you.
Who are you guys anyway?
We're Albed. Can't you tell? Wait, you're not an Albed hater, are you?
I don't even know what an Albed is.
Where are you from?
Zanarkand. I'm a blitzball player.
Star player of the Zanarkand Apes.
Star player of the Zanarkand Apes?
Did you hit your head or something?
You guys hit me?
Oh, right. Do you remember anything before that?
So I told her everything there was to tell about Zanarkand. About life there, Blitzball, and Sin's attack. And about how Aaron and I were engulfed in this light. I just said things as they
Can't fucking pause it, man. There's a lot.
Then I started to wonder.
Engulfed in this light. Kuzco says her boots look like they would suck to swimming, honestly. Not, yeah, it looks a bit extra, you know, for swimming. But it looks like there's a lot of fabric involved, man. It doesn't look like a wetsuit, per se.
It's funny when Sin is near. Maybe you just had some kind of dream?
I wish I could fucking pause this, man.
You mean I'm sick?
Because of Sin's toxin, yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, there is no Zanarkand anymore. Sin destroyed it 1,000 years ago. So no one plays blitzball there.
Huh?
I love that snap zoom. Bitch, what?
Years ago. But I I saw Sin attack Xanarkin. You're saying that happened 1,000 years ago? No way.
Sorry. Oh, right, I wasn't fucking tabbed in. Well done, Moose. So I've already, because I've broken the ice a little bit on the Al bed, and we won't hear back from the Al bed for a little bit. So just I'll be careful not to tread on the toes of any spoilers or anything. Just to set things up, because we are going to hear the Al bed discussed more anyway. They're one of my favourite sort of components of the upcoming theological, spiritual debates that are coming up. The Al bed represent technological pragmatism, right? They believe that technology offers practical solutions, but some I believe it ignores spiritual consequences. We're going to see a lot of religious spiritual people that have technophobia, and they identify technology's role or alleged role in a past catastrophe. And these truths on either side are used in doctrine to encourage like dogma and fanaticism, beliefs, basically, from the bottom level, from the top. It's going to set up this kind of nuanced position that avoids simplistic notions of technology good or technology bad. It's going to kind of connect it to it's like a critical theory approach that examines how technologies embody specific political values and power structures over spiritual ones. Like Riku, homegirl here, I'm just going to name drop her now. She embodies this tension a little bit. She's kind of bright, vibrant, savvy, and out of everything that we've seen so far, she stands in stark contrast to this kind of somber, sunken world that we've come into, man. She's going to be different in terms of her design to a lot of the people that we meet as well, and the fact that we are interfacing with such a different ethnic group this early is a fucking really clever move, because not only does it continue to give us this alienated liminal vibe that this fucking overwhelming experience that Tidus is going through, because not only have we got, he's been snatched out the cradle from his celebrity life in Zanarkand, he's been dropped into this desecrated, this old, forgotten, fucking cold, moist temple, man, and then he's been dragged into slavery by people that don't speak his language. And as far as we might be aware, no cunt speaks his language anymore. He is completely alone and isolated here, man. And having Riku start to open up now is a little bit of a segue into what I would probably consider the true introduction to the gameplay that's coming up as well. I'll keep that, honestly. I've got my little buttons there, man. I can't help myself sometimes. Style functionality. It's almost a Castlevania level of theocratic idealism. Stinking, says BB. I like all this, man. Shouts out to Nero. I'm glad to have you here, man. Nero, keep me on my toes. I need to plug his stuff more often because he does a lot of very good analysis stuff as well. So keep me on my toes, man. It's good to have you, brother. I trust you're familiar with the base text, Nero. Of course you are. Of course you are. We're keeping it spoiler free, diet spoiler free. Like, oh, she has introduced herself as Riku. Okay. We're gonna respect the experience for people that haven't experienced it before, and that fills me with a lot of excitement to be talking about this, man. So even though I'm going to be over-explaining everything, well, not over-explaining, over-analyzing everything, because I'm gonna get shit wrong. I'm going to find meaning in things that don't hold any true meaning, don't hold any intended meaning. We're just gonna wrap. But I hope everybody is excited and ready to fucking tuck in, man, because it's been years since I played this one, and I discovered so much about Final Fantasy IX during our recent playthrough of that I ever had before. It's it's been even longer since I've done a full run of Final Fantasy X, so I'm fucking really switched on for this.
Oh, uh-huh.
Yeah, Riku's, well, the thing is with Riku, it's like, we grew up with Riku, but Riku didn't grow up with us, so I have to be careful with,
My Xanarkin.
but I like, I like Riku, man. It's, there's a cutscene later on that's going to be harder to watch now that I'm fucking twice as old as I was when this game came out.
Luca? I thought Sin just took me to a faraway place that I can go back in a day or two. But 1,000 years into the future? No way!
That would really hurt, man. That would really hurt your back. Oh, there he goes.
Shin! Phoenix Musa! Etonic! Etonic!
Yeah, they made Riku a fucking bombshell in 10-2, but made it 17 just to spite the West. Yeah, man. That's what I mean. We're about the same age coming up, man, but she didn't grow any older. Let's just say. So I can't speak with her with exactly the same reverence as I used to, but yeah, Riku's probably going to be in the party quite a bit anyway. I do really like her inclusion, regardless of all the rest of it, man. Just to remind you, sick forward. I'm telling you right now, Riku was all right when I was a teenager, man. But I'm not a teenager anymore, and I know that. I grew up with her. She didn't grow up with me. I understand that, which is why I'm setting the record straight now. Keeping the party just to trigger Waka. Yes, man. Speaking of, I'm a bigger fan of Lulu as an adult. I'm so happy we've got Lulu here. As an adult, there's no argument to be had. There's no argument to be had.
Riku!
There's no argument to be had. Lulu is, she's dynamite, man. In the lineage of Final Fantasy, woman, head and shoulders above the rest, man.
Blitzball!
Yeah.
Hey, you okay?
Hey!
Hey. Hey. Notice how notice FF10 fans how he just was that not a textbook jet shot? Was that not a textbook jet shot out the fucking bag? It's true, Bibi does dress up Shadowheart like a Lulu every chance she gets. I wish we could get the Lulu Garms, man, with the 59 belts, with the 69 belts.
Yo. Hiya.
Hiya.
You wanna try that move?
So this fella's voiced by Bender Rodriguez,
Things were
John DiMaggio. He's here. I think the next character he'll voice in the Final Fantasy universe is the fucking Heidegger. In the remake trilogy. I might be wrong. Maybe it's somewhere else as well.
You know amateurs. Who you play for?
the Xanarkin Abes. I meant, forget that. I got too close to Sin, and my head's all foggy like. Or even where I came from.
Sin's toxin got to you, but you're still
1,000 years in the future, and people still be playing FIFA. Yeah, man, and not only that, they've got exactly the same. The designs of the Blitzballs are identical. So the manufacturing, whoever's manufacturing these blitzballs, they must have had a very successful 1,000 years, man. Or so whoever's got the patent for them, anyway. I'll get you something. So that is Bender doing a full Caribbean accent, and it's grand. Corporations always prosper, absolutely. There we are. Antidote ×2, in case we get bit by a venomous crab. You never know. You never know. You can never be too safe, man. Get your SPF 50 on as well. I don't know if there was ever too much daylight in Zanarkand, man. Didn't look like one of those places that you could go sunbathing in, certainly. So, Tidus has been hitting the sunbeds, is what I'm saying.
I felt like I could trust this Waka, so I just had to ask.
Why's your hair like that, cunt?
It's true Zanarkand was destroyed, right? 1,000 years ago.
Why's your hair like that, cunt?
Pile of rubble now, isn't it?
Long time ago, there were a whole lot of cities in Spira. Big cities with machina, machines to run them. People played all day and let the machina do the work. And then, well, take a look.
Waka sounds like a slave for Polynesians, you're not wrong. Yeah, fucking Waka.
About 1,000 years ago. If you ask me, sins are punishment for letting things get out of hand. What gets me though is we gotta suffer because of what some goofballs did way back when. Of course, we must always repent for our sins. That's important. It's just that it's hard to keep at it sometimes.
As Riku said, Waka and Riku couldn't both.
Waka.
Why would they?
This Waka.
But you from the Zanarkand Daves, that was a good one, huh?
Ah, not sacrilegious.
Not saying the team never existed, yeah? But you gotta figure, a team living in luxury like that be pretty soft, eh?
I appreciated the fact that Waka was trying to cheer me up.
There's something that there's something about the way he says Waka, man. Like,
Everything that
I
happened.
refuse to say Waka.
Maybe if I could find Sin one more time, I could go home.
Nobody. It's not the Waka debate. It's always the Tidus debate.
Or when I was. Sure, it was hard not to think of home, but I started to feel better already.
Because you're not a slave and you're on the beach.
Maybe.
A bit of vitamin D, coconuts. Right. So that's Waka, everybody's favorite racist. Waka is a delightfully problematic character. And his upcoming ignorance is simply down to ignorance. You know, he will eventually be told that it's not actually all right to think like this or talk like this. But suffice to say, when growing up with this game, definitely didn't have the same perspective I do on him now. Like, he's a racist through and through. But I'll say less about that for now. I'll let him introduce you to his intolerance. He's a delightful racist. He's everybody's favorite, most charismatic racist. Yeah, this is a banger. Timeless. It's got a lot of that early 2000s twang to it. I've been sourcing a lot of late 90s sample packs recently. As odds are, I'll hear a lot of the stuff that I've been mining. As I'm very much still trying to capture much of the sound of the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2. A lot of romplers and stuff, man. Oh, we've been thrown overboard, man, and we're in some sort of Caribbean-inspired beach world. In stark contrast to where we were before. We're being thrown over into the water again, and we've kind of transitioned using water another time, man. It's we keep getting cosmically punched in the face. Yet we have to continue moving forward. It's Camus, the absurd hero, man. It's trying to accept the fundamental absurdity of the situation while refusing to surrender or despair, like the Sisyphean quandary of, right, well, I guess Sisyphus must enjoy rolling that boulder because he could fucking stop whenever he wants, man. So we have to imagine he's happy. He keeps on going, keeps on doing his thing. But the game, it kind of, it's front-loaded a lot of humor into this sequence. So the transition from slavery to jovial racism at the hands of Waka isn't as abrupt as being taken from sin to the temple and so forth. But we're using water as kind of like a transitional device, as a liminal device almost every time. Although we didn't transition using water in Zanarkand per se, there was definitely still a lot of water being invoked. There was lots of scenery of water being kind of sucked up, siphoned into Sin. We had the whole Blitzball sequence, which it might be analogous to like a fucking womb if you're going to use this birth theory. That's a stretch, but you know, we can justify this idea of birth or rebirth quite a few other ways, man. But based on the visual language that we've had so far, it's not far-fetched or really a spoiler of any kind to really perceive all of that as kind of a rebirthing sequence, with Zanarkand being a symbolic womb, and then the harsh world outside, the one that makes Tidus cry and it's all cold and everything, you know. It does the heavy lifting for us, man. Whether we really identify with it or not on such a literal level, we kind of feel it anyway. It's kind of felt. The fish out of water. The fish out of water expression goes quite far with this as well. It's doing a very well to highlight existential absurdity through somebody like Tidus, who isn't that bright really. He's an athlete. It doesn't have to be, man. He's
Blitzball and Sin were the only two things that Spira and Zanarkand had in common. I wasn't too far off either.
So having Tidus to kind of narrate all of this to us is brilliant, because he's a dummy. He's not a scholar. He's not an intellect, man. He's just like, I don't know what's going on, but here's what I kind of make of it, man. It's kind of perfect that he is a dummy, and he's not trying to read everything so critically, like we are. But, you know, a lot of exaggerated reactions, physical comedy, like, they kind of serve a similar function to how a lot of earlier philosophers would use outrageous behavior to expose kind of societal contradictions. Like when Tidus performs dramatic double takes on this world's customs or misunderstands basic cultural norms, he's essentially asking the same question like classical homies like Socrates did. It's like, why do we accept these conventions without questioning them? Because that's the state of belief that a lot of these devouts are in, man. Like they do things without ever really questioning why. They just say, well, that's just because what we do, and we do what we do because we do what we do. And it's kind of this cyclical sort of belief system, and you're gonna find this the symbolism of spirals plays massively into Final Fantasy X. The world is called Spira, you know, spiral. We're going to see spirals represented in the eyes of the Albed as well. They've got a particular thing where they've got a little swirly in their eye. It's all very cool, very clever. But like life and death, you know, being trapped in cycles, a lot of this kind of Nietzschean Ouroboros philosophical device stuff where you know, this society in this world is just kind of going around and around and around in this cycle with no end in sight. So Spiral if we were to look at this or analyze it from like a Kojima theme basis, you know, like meme gene scene, spiral or cycle would probably be what we can assign best to Final Fantasy X. Life and death, creation, destruction, all the rest of it, man. Everything's just going round and round. Excuse me, man. I've got a lot of fucking wind. Got a lot of wind in me.
Ah, the one from the sea.
Be on guard. There are fiends on the road today.
After surviving your run-in with Sin, it would be a shame if something happened now.
Who are they?
Luzu and Gata, Crusaders.
Huh? Crews of what?
Hey, sorry. Don't worry about it. I'll help you out.
Cool. In return, come tournament time, I'll make sure we take the cup.
About the Crusaders, you can ask them yourself. They got a lodge in a village.
Do.
Besaid village.
They got any food there?
We'll get you some. Let's see. The Crusaders' lodge is over yonder. Luzu and Gata are usually there.
Do.
Over here.
Very interesting use of the Zanarkand leitmotif, given our only exposure to this melody so far is in the pretty somber introduction. Let me tell you my fucking story, all right? We're hearing the leitmotif now used in complete juxtaposition to the first time it was used in quite a hopeful or borderline melancholic sort of fixture. To the point where it couldn't really blame anybody for missing that this is the Zanarkand riff. You know what I mean? Very good, man. I'm glad to hear that, Nero, man. I was looking forward to this because I like a lot of theology and religious, spiritual sort of mythology. And this is one of the only Final Fantasies, or maybe it's the loudest in terms of its religion and stuff like that. It's going to be a good one. I don't remember.
I didn't know it in the first place, to tell the truth.
Man, that's like the basics of the basics. All right, I'll show you.
We saw the kids do this at the very start of the game, which for me, well, we can't really talk about that later.
Hey, not bad. Okay, now, go present yourself to the Temple Summoner.
Any Blitzball player would know that prayer. It was the Blitzball sign for victory.
Interesting. And again, Waka, we just got to this village and Waka's like, right, go see the fucking priests. Go see the Temple Summoners, man. It's important that if you're going to be here, you get with the circus, man. Like, you need to be on board with this. I need to know that you are safe. And by safe, I mean, I need to know that you are practicing and you're praying appropriately, that you acknowledge all of this, even if you have got something that's fucking with your memory, which is going to be Tidus's kind of scapegoat excuse. Oh, it's the toxins, man. If I say mad shit, it's just the toxins. You know, Waka's quite neurotic, or he's presented himself to be quite neurotic in the way he's like, you need to go to church. You need to go to church, man. I don't know, confessional, quick. Before we do anything else, man, I'll sort you some food out, But before that, you need to go to church. Nero says, imagine you get sent into the future and motherfuckers are religiously dabbing. Exactly. Exactly like, what the fuck? This is such a loud prayer. Like, they like, religion is loud in Spira. And it's interesting how they go about, because the fact that it's so loud and so pronounced and so enforced, not militaristically, not via authority necessarily, but there's a certain neurotic nature to Wakka. There's a certain nervousness there where it's like, oh shit, well, I can't really be hanging around with this guy if he's not praying to God properly, you know? They've got lots of what the fuck is she wearing? Odd clothes you got? What land are you from? This your first time to be saved? What's balls about? Alright, Olgin.
I heard the sin toxin got to you. Took your memory, eh?
Word gets round fast. Alright, what's sin?
I'd be happy to teach you anything you've forgotten, sonny.
How could you forget sin?
I can't say I don't envy you, though. There's many who would give anything to forget the pain sin has brought. Sin appeared 1,000 years ago, a raging demon intent on reducing Spira to rubble. Everyone in Spira lives under sin's black shadow. But to forget sin, well, I'd consider yourself lucky, eh?
What's toxin?
The foul vapors that boil from sin's hide are evil indeed.
Foul vapors, sin's ass.
One breath and it will taint the very core of your body. People who get too close to sin forget even the most important things. Just like you, eh?
What's Yevon? What's Yevon, not who. Interesting.
How wretched you must be to have forgotten the teachings of Yevon.
How wretched. The teachings are the only salvation for those who suffer because of sin. I'm sure you followed the teachings before the toxin got to you, of course. Go pray at the temple and all will return in time.
Brilliant. What's Zanarkand? Zanarkand was once a great city in the far north of this land. Now it lies in ruin, destroyed by sin 1,000 fucking years ago. Such was its punishment for relying too much on Machina.
Machina being machines, technology. Nice. Okay. Nice. Sets us up quite well, because this is their belief, man. It's like, I assume you must have practiced the teachings before you got the sickness, right? We're going to be hearing this a lot. Hymn of Faith.
It was then, standing in that place, I began to realize how different this world was from my own.
Beginning to realize how different this place was from my own. So he's not wrong, really, because we've just arrived in Besaid. It's this kind of tropical paradise that is very setting, kind of creates a stark juxtaposition with the destruction of Zanarkand. We've kind of got a little bit of a dialectic going on, like a Hegel dialectic. You've got the thesis, which would be the technological Zanarkand. We've got the antithesis of the natural Besaid, and we're kind of setting up the synthesis that Tidus's journey will eventually become. In terms of the visual design between the two places, we kind of got this represented as well. We've got Besaid's warm colours, natural curves, the kind of organic architecture, which stands in direct opposition to Zanarkand's kind of moody blues and purples, man. Artificial lights, angles, and artificial environments. We've gone from like an electronic sort of soundscape to acoustic instruments. It's kind of got an Okinawan sort of influence to it, a bit tropical, you know. It's and this is something we should have talked about in Snake here as well, because it comes up a lot there as well. It's this Japanese philosophical concept of mono no aware, which is kind of this pathos of impermanence, right? It pervades rather Spira. Everything beautiful kind of must end. It's a fact made more kind of poignant by this island's seeming tranquility, but we've already seen kind of represented through Waka that there's a little bit of nervousness here. Like everybody, that it's dogmatic, it's cult-like in a way. Like everybody is kind of concentrating a lot on the religious aspects and practicing and praying and stuff like that, which is no real accident. We need to see Tidus go from what is not a very kind of spiritual environment to one that is, like I say, Besaid and Zanarkand act as complete kind of opposite ends of this spectrum that's being created of technological bureaucracy and dogmatic religious belief, with arguably either side completely disavowing and disagreeing with the last. What Besaid is doing then is now that we've gone from like cold water to hot water in terms of we this is the end of our whiplash in regards to how this world is going to be introduced to us now. Now things are starting to settle, and we can start to kind of be conditioned by the circumstances, the context, and the scenario that we've been placed in regards to environment and this alleged time skip that we've gone through 1,000 years. So what does that mean? Was Zanarkand not a religious place? Because Nokant was talking about religion and Yevon and all the rest of that over there, but there were some remnants of the practices and the kind of the spiritual choreography of this faith of Yevon, with the kind of the blitzball salute, sign of victory, being the same thing, the same gesture as this Spear and Yevon prayer that everybody's doing at the moment. So there is some sort of connection from both ends of this very kind of rigid scale. Like, even though we could say that both ends of this scale are in disagreement with each other, why is it then that there are some things that connect both ends together? Like, and how are they going to develop? Like, what is the reliable middle point between these two ideas? And is it going to be the right way to go about things? Are either of these heavily opposing sides, hot and cold, that we've been shown so far, do either of them have it right, or are both of them kind of wrong in some way? The way we've kind of gone through things so far, it's starting to build up this political philosophy as well. We've got the bright colours of Besaid, which seem to seemingly represent simple life, but we're going to quickly learn that it hides the island's role in some of the weird cultish spiritual practices that don't just go down here, but it's a global thing to some aspects. It's a beautiful place that produces people who willingly kind of throw themselves to the wolves in certain aspects. It's more of this. We talked about this a lot with Metal Gear Solid 2. It's this simulacrum again. It's Jean Beauregard and his idea of hyper realities, man. It's a copy without an original. It's we're going to find it's a dark paradise that masks dark truths in a way. So all of this idyllic nature could be seen as a bit of a
mask in and of its own self. What's up, Pudgy?
Ten years have passed since Lord Braska became High Summoner. And finally, we receive a statue for our temple.
Oh, what's a High Summoner?
I think I know what it was.
I got too close to Sin.
Mum's the word.
Toxin. It was funny hearing myself make the same excuse over and over. Funny, and a little sad.
The Summoners are practitioners of a sacred art, sworn to protect the people of Yevon. Only a chosen few become Summoners, who call forth entities of great power, the Aeons. The Aeons hear our prayers and come down to us. They are the blessing of Yevon.
So what he meant was that we should respect some kind of great men, or something like that, I figured.
Pray hard and the toxin will surely release its grip on you. Whatever, I just want a vape. Oh, sorry, what did you say? The village was attacked by Sin when I was just a little kid, yeah? The village was burned to ashes. I still have nightmares of that day. The doctor called, by the way, and asked, is there pee in your urine? Oh, he called you. I thought you were on about the fucking game, child. Very confused. Even searching the scriptures of Yevon, I have found no cure for Sin's toxin. May the blessing of Yevon guide you to health, friend. Thanks, man. The beautiful pre-rendered backgrounds, by the way. Would I be scared in this room? I don't know. I don't mind. I quite like spiritual buildings and stuff like that. I'm not religious in the slightest, but I've always been intrigued by them nonetheless. Only sworn guardians may approach the cloister themselves. The Yevon monks asked me about my urine. I was like, are you... the Sin's toxins piss into this glass, summoner. We need to check your urine for toxins. I hope I get over the toxin quick. The big operation's coming up. I hope. We good? I'll check about a bit more. You're the talk of the town, you know. Word travels fast in a village this size.
Hey, you! You were attacked by Sin, right? Recently, was it?
I think so.
So, Sin can't be far, right? You're not hiding anything, are you?
Why would I?
If Sin's nearby, it'll attack the island for sure. But it hasn't. I wonder why.
I'm sorry. I really don't know anything. To tell the truth, I don't even know what the Crusaders are.
Sin, the toxin.
What am I munching, crisp?
Yes, sir. The Crusaders are sworn to battle Sin. We have chapters throughout Spira, accepting all who wish to join our struggle. The hero Mihen formed the Crusaders 800 years ago as the Crimson Blades.
Based.
Our ranks grew and we called...
We had a rebrand.
We've been fighting Sin ever since.
You're right, Auntie. Happy Easter, cunt.
And you still haven't beat it?
Well, we've steered Sin away from towns many times. And that's all we can do. Nobody's ever been able to defeat it. Our mission as Crusaders is to protect the temples, towns, villages, and people of Spira.
So, then whose job is it to defeat Sin?
Is Sin's toxin really this bad, sir?
It does seem rather bad. We could just tell you, but I think
That's a nice way of saying it. Just always make cunts this stupid, man.
perhaps Yevon will help you regain your memory.
Doom, 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 doom. I'm eating salt and vinegar crisp. Pudgy says, bastards kept banging on the door telling me it'd be quicker if I just let them do it. Oh shit, sorry. Speaking of doctors, I was so constipated after a surgery once, they tried to put something up my bum, so I locked myself in the hospital toilet for an hour. Bastards kept banging on the door telling me it'd be quicker if I just let them do it. What? It would, what did they, who, did you put it up your bum or did they put it up your bum? Sorry, mate. This guy looks like Wedge for real, right? He looks like Wedge big style. Had a nice day. Got another cool chair. You got another fucking cool chair. Was it as good as the last one? No, I stayed there till I was able to bless you, mate. I'm sorry. Oh, fantastic. Sorry, I forgot what those cunts were talking about. Oh, no, they were just saying, are you daft? Are you daft, man? Daddy doesn't play with me at all. Too busy praying, man. Right, big lads.
Sorry, man. No time for lunch yet. Take a nap. You look bushed.
Bless you, mate. Sounds like a day of raw, positive catharsis.
You could at least go see how they are doing.
We can't interfere. It's a rule.
But it's been nearly. But it's been nearly.
It's been nearly a day already.
Perhaps you could go look for us.
People are searching for him now.
Thank you.
Who cares whether he comes back or not?
But he might die.
Fine, let him.
Do you hate him so? But if he dies, you'll never be able to tell him how much you hate him.
Love that. I love that. If he dies, you'll never be able to tell him how much you hate him. Fair. Never thought of it that way, Mum.
Waka?
It's less fun wishing death on a cunt if they're already dead. Pure hater energy, exactly, man. But if he's dead, you'll just look like a sad hater. Nobody wants to be a hater for dead people. What's the point? Life has its wonderful ebbs and flows and brings worth and weight to one another. Fucking hell, man. Dial in. Dial into the Final Fantasy X experience, man. It's gonna be a trip for you, son. Glad to have you here. I'm just going for a fucking quick piss, man. Gonna go for a quick piss. Sorry. River Mouse. Tell you what, man. You're on the drinks, man. I'll be back in 5, folks. Everybody, go get yourself a nice hot drink of boiling water. And a nice cold snack. I'll be back in a minute, man.
You all right, Alex? Good to see you, man. Oh shit, hold on. Hey, we get another Diet Coke, man. I've got a fucking auntie talking about beverages and I'm getting fucking jealous. Saving myself for Saturday. I'll probably have some drinks for games night, I think. Post piss. Just leaking out of me, man. Games night Saturday. I'm not sure on the time yet, but it'll be in the evening. I do the longer streams on Saturday generally. So I'll do half and half. And we're still deliberating on what games to play, so if anybody has any suggestions, man, do let us know. And we'll see what we can do. Right. Let's crack on, man. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm so full of it. What's the crack? Right, we're going back to the temple, right? I'm probably going to talk quite a bit more about Yevon and all of this religious stuff we're being introduced to, but Tidus is going to go embroil himself in some taboo.
Is something wrong?
The summoner hasn't returned from the trial.
Eh?
Well, apprentice summoner, really.
Huh?
There's a room in there called the Cloister of Trials.
Shouts out to fellow of a team. Good to have you.
If the prayer is heard,
Have some clap.
a fully fledged summoner. Remember?
So someone is in there somewhere and they haven't come back out. Right, I got it.
A day's already gone by.
Is it particularly dangerous in there?
Sometimes, yes.
These HD low-res textures, basically the character models will switch between low-res and high-res states.
Hey, but what if something happens?
And normally the difference is a lot more jarring. Like we just switched to the HD version there, right?
Like I care.
Not HD, high-res. Like I care. Belligerence.
Maybe
He's
this wasn't such a good idea after all.
We're gonna fucking cloister, boys. We've got a fucking cloister. We've got fucking cloisters are after you. Those who seek to learn of Yevon's secret arts are tested by the Cloister of Trials. Find the right way and you will be taken to the chamber at the Faith Cunt. Examine objects with a cycle to open the way. The precepts must be obeyed. He's blocking the front row. I'm gonna be saying that a lot. It's my favorite line in the fucking game. He's blocking the front row. Right. Tidus is in a state of like tabula rasa. He's a blank slate, fish out of water, right? Perfect fucking protagonist to have in this circumstance. But the beauty of it all is that it's all reasoned with. Like he's not just an atypical amnesiac Final Fantasy protagonist. You know, he's whereas we have Cloud, who has reasons. It's all kind of like, okay then, so you were floating in the goo juice and you thought you were some other cunt. And then in Final Fantasy VIII, it's like, well, we all forgot we knew each other because we had mad magical creatures that fixed to our consciousness in the same place where memories go. Cool. Whereas this, it's kind of you know, we get this crash course. He's not been born again in a literal physical mental sense, but he's been ejected from the world that he knew into a completely different world, and it serves as a great vehicle for us who don't know anything about this world and stuff, who have been like kind of dragged through this whole existential rug pull that Tidus has gone through. So we know as much as he does, man, and being able to kind of justify that and still have a character that has some kind of history and attachment or conditionings to certain conventions of how the world works and whatnot. Like, we went over the basics before. Gravity is still a thing. He's not found himself in a world inhabited by people with 8 arms and 7 eyes, you know what I mean? It's good vehicle for exposition, absolutely. He's literally a fish out of water, with water being embellic of quite a few sort of it's very symbolic, and we'll keep on getting into it. But there's this, like I say, there's this notion of being born again. We've got the Spira elements being set up again. We've been washed ashore. He's basically a newborn. He's clueless. He's culturally inept, and he's prone to all of these kind of faux pas that are making everybody kind of shit themselves a little bit. It's like we're not used to this kind of sacrilege. We're not used to this kind of blasphemy of this guy kind of charging in and saying, I don't give a fuck about all this, because everybody that has been everybody that we talk to so far has been conditioned by this culture of guilt in a way. So we're getting kind of Tidus's first real introduction to Spira's religious order through this modest temple that we've been presented with, which obviously has been through some times, man, because we can see some wear and tear about the place. He's like a tourist in the Vatican coming in here with his fucking shitty his asymmetrical shorts and flip-flops, and he's kind of oblivious to the reverent sort of atmosphere around him, and he's immediately been confronted with all of these unfamiliar rituals, villagers like kind of praying earnestly, solemn statues about the place, and these sacred cloisters that are off limits to outsiders. We've just stepped into a bunch of taboo territory, and he's completely naive to all of it, man. His ignorance to these customs isn't kind of just juvenile, like youthful cluelessness. It symbolically puts him in a position as an outsider whose innocence kind of exposes a lot of these unexamined assumptions within this Spiran culture. It's a bit of like Socratic irony in a way. He doesn't know when he's asking uncomfortable questions. His naivety then is here to try and lay bare the arbitrariness of a lot of these rituals. When we casually break in here into the cloister to try and help this summoner that we're hearing about, he's unaware that he's committing blasphemy. He's symbolically disrupting a lot of many centuries of tradition by simply treating religious rules as optional guidelines. So his kind of inadvertent irreverence highlights a lot of the absurdity lurking beneath a lot of this rigid adherence, this neurotic adherence to religious dogma, a lot of this stuff that nobody questions. Nobody's questioning why the things he's doing now is so sacrilegious and blasphemous. It is sacrilegious because it is sacrilegious. Like, nobody's really questioned it, right? But there's nothing to really suggest to us that what we're doing is that bad. We've not been struck down by a bolt of lightning or any such nonsense. You know what I mean? Read the words. Touch glyph. You must use a sphere to go any further. You must use a sphere to go any further. This spheres open a way to the Chamber of the Faith. Destruction spheres open a way to hidden treasures.
It seems that Besaid spheres are also necessary, cunts. I got the glyph spear. Fucking happy days, man. So another question that we'll never find answered is who comes in and resets all of these puzzles, man, because there are people in here that have progressed past this point. But it seems that all of the puzzles before wherever these guys are have all been reset. That's fine, it's a video game. I understand. Touch symbols. Naturally. Hell of a job, exactly. Fucking puzzle master. Religious puzzle master. Besaid sphere. Take it, man. Remove Besaid sphere. Good, good. Insert sphere. Good, good. Oh my goodness. Move the pedestal. If you move it. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. I just wanted to push the bugger. Put the Resident Evil thing in the hole. You did it. You did it, Noise.
It's gotten into you. Hey, it's okay. Only summoners, apprentice summoners, and their guardians can enter here. It's a tradition, very important.
So what about you?
Me? I'm a guardian.
A guardian?
A bull?
Whoa!
Shit.
Summoners go on a pilgrimage to pray at every temple in Spira.
I didn't do something, but we'll live. We'll be all right.
The guardian's in there now. One of them's got a short fuse, and who knows what the other's thinking. Well, now that we come this far, might as well go all the way.
What are you doing here? Didn't think we'd be able to handle it.
No, it's just... See, I told you she gets mad easy.
Is the summoner all right?
Who's this dweebus?
Are you?
Ashley, is this what you were talking about? Even I disappeared. We'll play the cutscene on YouTube, man. Is this what you were on about, Ash, if you were there? You asked if the cutscenes were functioning. To be fair, this is how it appears in the original. I did it! I did it, Mummy!
Become a summoner.
Give me a fucking minute.
Man, was I surprised.
Man, oh man.
Viking summoners were all old geezers.
Geezers.
How weird, man. It was fucking... We got the first cutscenes, okie dokie. I'll have to look into that, man. We got the first cutscenes, RD. I don't know. Look into it. Good for you.
I've done it.
No, don't play that. Buzzing. Good for you, man.
Hey, over here.
What's up? What's happening?
What? Ow!
Wait till you see this.
I can't see anything.
Ready?
Okay.
I had never seen anything like it in my life. Sure, it was a little scary, but still, I could feel a strange kind of gentleness coming from it.
Oh, the big bird thing on the woman.
I remember that night we talked for the first time. I didn't know it then, but after that night, everything changed.
Been talking for a while, to be honest.
For me.
Amazingly enough, this is a video game with voice acting.
Introduce you to the team. This guy here wants into the tournament so bad, I let him on the team. His memory's a little fuzzy, so don't mind him if he says anything odd.
Hi guys.
All right.
So what's our goal?
To do our best! No. Is victory! To win every match, defeat every opposing team, to bring the Crystal Cup back to our island.
Crystal Cup, man.
What do we need to do to win? Easy, huh?
Victory! 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 Fucking victory, cunt! Victory! Woman! Victory! Victory!
Buzzing. Good luck.
You heathen!
Stay away from the summoner!
He's blocking the front row!
Lady Una, be careful.
But it was really my fault to begin with.
Oh.
Oh!
Thank you so much for your help earlier.
Oh!
I'm sorry about that. Wasn't I not supposed to? Guess I kind of overreacted.
Oh no, I was overconfident.
I saw that Aeon thing. That's amazing.
Really? Do you think I can become High Summoner?
Oh, yeah. Oh, totally. Yep.
So, tomorrow then.
Tomorrow?
We're going on the same boat, aren't we?
Oh, really?
We can talk more.
And then they talked more.
You can tell me all about Xanarkand.
They're breaking the fourth wall, man. They're loving it, man. We're talking Final Fantasy protagonists, man. We have to get as much out of this as we can. She's cute, yeah? Nah, not my type.
Then we're cool.
Hey, but what if she, comes on to me?
I feel whacker. Woo. Woo, whacker.
Stay away from the summoner!
He's blocking the front row!
Ready for bed. Don't overdo it.
Save some of your energy for me, hot stuff. Bloody hell.
Ready for bed.
Yeah, let's go.
Good. Sleep tight.
Let's wrestle.
Where's that boat?
Everyone will find us if it doesn't come soon.
You really sure this is okay?
Would you take me to Xanarkand?
Hey,
It's this jog, bro.
said you'd go with me.
No, hey,
What's she doing? What are you doing?
Any ideas? Yeah, so you're coming with me.
Hey, stop dreaming! You with a woman? You can't even catch a ball!
Oh, Dad.
What's the matter? Gonna cry again? Cry, cry. Huh? What'd you say?
You have to speak loudly.
He's dead, okay? Dead.
Ooh, that's a bit of dialogue, man. But who's dead? My dad. Are you fucking joking, man?
I was surprised too, the first time I saw him.
What a fucking bastard, man. What's that about?
You shouldn't have.
FF10 green screen, bro.
Yeah, but he needed our help.
Excuses again?
Yeah, but...
Common problem.
No more. Enough, Waka.
Watch tested before. Definitely the 2 GB RAM limit using a mod to up it to 4 GB has fixed the issue totally for me. I'll do that in between this and the next, man. I'll do that in between this and the next. What a fucking absolute blue balls, man. Green balls. Green balls are after you. Final Fantasy X HD Remaster, the movie, Marathon Edition. Give me the cutscene we just watched, man. Not integral, but I'd rather have the cutscenes, bro. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I'll fix that in between sessions, man. I won't chase it up now. Bit of a ball buster. It'd be alright if I could skip them and then we could just watch them on here, man. Even though it's a bit of a shit workaround.
He does look a lot like Chapu.
Chapu.
I was surprised too, the first time I saw him. But no matter what he looks like, he isn't Chapu. You shouldn't have brought him here in the first place.
Yeah, but he needed our help.
Excuses again?
Fucking dame.
Yeah, but...
Goddamn.
That's it. No more. Enough, Waka.
Waka. Does still sound like a slur. How exciting.
B. So, who's Chapu?
My little brother, Chapu. He looked like you.
He looked like you.
He was with the Crusaders when they fought Sin last year. He didn't make it. I first heard on the day of the tournament.
Oh, so that's why.
I became a guardian to fight Sin, yeah?
Yeah?
Revenge, then?
That was the idea. I'm more worried about a stupid game now than avenging my brother. Well, after the next tournament, I'll be a guardian full-time. I know it kinda looks like I'm using you, but I'm not.
Don't worry. I mean, I owe you a lot. You really helped me out, you know? What I mean is... Thanks, Waka.
Stop. You're embarrassing me.
Nero says, imagine he shows you a picture of Chapu and some fucking disgusting idiot, man. It looks like you, yeah? Nice one. Nice one. God bless. So we get front loaded with most of our companions from the start in Final Fantasy X. We do get a few more later on, but for the most part, we're gonna get most of our team now. See this meeting, Yuna, just to wrap up on the whole Besaid business that's been going on. Yuna comes out of the cloister, and Tidus first gets to see her through the lens
of ritual and the kind of the awe of the people around him, but he doesn't really fucking grasp her role or why she's so revered. But Yuna she embodies the religious ideal. She's devoted, has this veil of innocence and earnest. She's earnest in her beliefs. But to Tidus, she's just some fit lass in ceremonial robes. He's kind of oblivious to her destiny or her spiritual significance. So Yuna is kind of, because she came out the chambers all weary and what have you, it looked like it was some kind of ordeal for her. It wasn't easy. She's representing faith as kind of like existential choice. She's accepting a fairly difficult destiny, kind of knowingly and willingly. Tidus, for a good while, is gonna definitely for the time being is kind of blissfully unaware of the deeper significance of what's going on. But we're able to see through his eyes like the symbolical representation about the potential cost of this religious devotion. We see that through the reactions of the people in Besaid, that she is revered, and Tidus's innocence is all kind of centered around this naivety that he's not really making much effort to break through at the moment. So whether or not he's going to do that, we'll have to find out. But it set the stage for the kind of religious doctrine that is going on. When Wakka first kind of talks about sin, he goes on about sin being their punishment for things getting out of hand, as if kind of like cosmic punishment via Lovecraftian well monster was obvious. So the idea to Tidus of like a deity punishing entire civilizations through a rampaging Leviathan is utterly absurd, because it would kind of sound that way, right? It's kind of like an Enlightenment skepticism. Tidus instinctively asks questions why anybody would blame him for something, or blame anybody for something they didn't personally do or cause. How long has this been going on for? How long has this been the solution for it? It's Spira's kind of collective guilt and willingness to kind of accept sin as a punishment. It's a sharp contrast to Tidus's individualistic sort of outlook. He's kind of trying to reveal, or the writers are trying to reveal the kind of psychological power of religious doctrine from the outside, and it's how it can enforce responsibility and potentially control populations through like guilt and fear. Tidus is important because, unlike everybody else, he's not been in this vacuum. He's not been in this spiral. He's just kind of being thrown into it. So he's unconditioned by like Yevonite teachings, and naturally he kind of resists this perspective because he hasn't been caught up in it. He's not been dragged down by it. And then all of this patter about sort of like spirals and cycles and things just continuing with no real end in sight. He's inadvertently already beginning to challenge, or at least bring some sort of worthwhile skepticism to this framework, whether it's this framework is contained only in Besaid or otherwise. Sorry. So, like, kind of philosophically, Tidus's naivete isn't just comic relief, although it does do, fish out of water comedy and all the rest of it. It's he's providing subtly, like, kind of in a juvenile way, this radical philosophical challenge in a way. His ignorance allows players, through Tidus himself, to kind of begin questioning a lot of these things that are taken for granted by Spearan citizens. He is inadvertently, really, he's beginning to embody the Socratic method. He's unknowingly prompting Spearans to re-examine their beliefs by asking quite naive but profound questions for what they are. They're only profound because of the context. It's like if him asking why is only profound because it might have been hundreds of years since somebody asked why to some of these questions, you know? You know?
Hey, sleepyhead. Something I want to give you.
Whoa! You're giving this?
Wow, a bubble blade.
Yeah, use it well.
Wow, a bubble blade. Woo.
That's the sword you gave Chapu.
He never used it.
We're taking the same boat as Yuna, right? Why do we gotta wait here?
Yuna came to
Why do we gotta wait here?
when the last calm started.
Why do we gotta wait here?
Since then, she's been like a little sister to me and Lulu. But she had the talent. She became an apprentice. Now, today, she leaves as a summoner.
This is our journey. We should leave together. You really don't need all that luggage.
They're gifts for the temples we're to visit.
This isn't a vacation, Yuna.
I guess you're right.
Just leaves him. Skirt made of belts on Lulu is kind of drippy. Yeah, man. This is around the time that the legendary Tetsuya Nomura began his whole belt and buckle phase, which he wouldn't grow tired of for quite a while. And I guess Lulu is kind of the culmination of Nero puts it best. Nomura's opus. Yeah, I couldn't have put it better, really. That's it. He really had a massive thing for belts, zippers, and buckles for a good half a decade, it feels like. And he's pulled back on it a bit. It's still there in traces, man, but yeah, this is around the time nobody was saying no. He is my favorite character designer of all time, man. But some of his work around this time, between this game and Kingdom Hearts, it's just fucking absurd. It's just fucking absurd. We'll have to try and count the number of belts Lulu has in her at some point, man. Nomura's opus. Right, we've got a nice little linear section where we actually get to play the game now, and we get the battle theme as well, actually.
Looks like trouble.
Watch this!
Which is all right. It's not my favorite. It might be.
Only magic can
It might be a bit better than Final Fantasy IX's battle theme. I think the battle themes on Final Fantasy IX, I know not everybody agrees with me. I think the battle themes coming off of the back of 7 and 8 were a bit lacking in 9. Ding dong do.
Work well against fire fiend, and ice fiends are weak against. You follow?
I get fire and ice, but what about lightning and water?
Yeah, what about lightning and water?
Just like fire.
What about lightning and water?
Water fiend,
Which means fill in the blanks, player. Got him. Little bit of lace showing. Like Lulu is just incredible. What a woman.
take your time.
Let's get going, man.
We're gonna wait.
Huh?
Are you ready?
What's going on?
It's an ancient custom. People leaving the island pray here for a safe trip. Chappu didn't pray that day. Said he'd miss his boat.
I thought Yuna was doing a Slavic squat then. She's not. I thought she was.
That should do it.
And how? Spheres and spirals, man. And the prayer gesture itself is a very cool symbolic device. Oh wait, fucking we got another cutscene, man. It's only a short one. I'm just mad about this. Like, I will fix it. We're not gonna get. Ah, shit. Actually, I need to sort it soon. I won't dabble with it now. I'll just do what we've been doing, man. We get another very short cutscene here. How fucking annoying, man. Guess that's what Ash was talking about. It's like, fair enough, man. Yeah, I mean, you've already seen this before, Kamari, but that's fine. That's fine. It's your job, I think. Kill each other. Look at this cinematic flair, man. Look at this camera angle behind the fucking grass, hey. Always doing the thing. They did it in one turn. Aye, aye, aye. No Dragoons in Final Fantasy X. That's about as much Dragoon action as we're going to get.
What's with that guy?
Kimari Ronso, of the Ronso tribe. He's learned the Fiend's way of fighting.
Blue magic.
That's not what I meant.
That's not what I meant.
Sometimes we don't understand him either. Kumari doesn't talk much anyway. But he has protected me since I was a child.
Cool. Why did we fight each other? Haha. That was quirky. Sorry, did our blue tiger nearly take your fucking head off, man? It's just a bit quirky like that, man. Just a bit of a mad guy, really. We don't really know when he's going to attack cunts either, man. He's not attacked us yet. We'd rather have the big blue tiger with us than not. Let's just put it that way, man.
A flyer. That's your department, right?
True. But, why don't we let our summoner show us what she's made of?
Yeah, sure. Crazy new battle mechanics, man.
Show us what your training has taught you, Yuna.
Okay.
Okay.
Who's a pretty boy? Slaps it. Slaps it on the face.
right, just attack it. I'll get a lot more of an active role from summons. Like summoners and summons are kind of Final Fantasy hallmarks, but they normally take a bit of a backseat. Really, they're just big, flashy spells, effectively, in every other Final Fantasy. So I like what they've done with them here. But summons are one of the reasons. I mean, the long animations that summons generally have in other Final Fantasies is one of the reasons that I and some other people decide not to use them that much, and that hasn't really gone away with this little update to him, because I think we still have to watch Yuna do the whole song and dance every time she wants to summon something. It's not the end of the world, man. I'm going to try and be varied during this playthrough and use a little bit of everyone. It'd be a shame not to. And at some point, we'll look at the sphere grid as well, because it is probably my favorite Final Fantasy skill system. And we could do some pretty wacky things with the characters, man. There's a lot of build variety if we want it, and we might just fuck around with the builds.
No problem. Leave this one to me, huh?
For the fun of it.
Good night, birdie.
Well, keep Lulu out, man. Lulu do good damage. And she's just nice to have around. Save the MP, Lulu. You relax, girl. We'll throw balls at it. There we go. Thought I'd be dead by now. My mistake. All right, eventually, well done. You're thinking about it, the little prayer that they do, the thing that we saw the wee lads at the beginning of the game in Zanarkand do as a bit of a victory salute sort of thing, which is the same sort of gesture as the spear and prayer, which is a pretty cool symbolic device in and of itself, really. Like spearings, the inhabitants of this world kind of perform it constantly. It's kind of used before Blitzball games as greetings, commemorate the dead. Again, this is another thing that through Tidus is kind of just a bit of weird hand gymnastics that he associates primarily with Blitzball. Like he kind of mimics it clumsily, which is strange because he has been exposed to it before. He knows what it is, but he suggests that he's not really done it much before, I guess. But the fact that he has to mimic it and he does so poorly, just making sure there's not a chest there or anything. That's where we jumped off with Wakka. It's this, he's got no emotional connection to it, right? So he has no choice but to do it inauthentically. It's, I guess you could invoke like Heidegger's notion of inauthentic living, performing actions simply because others expect it, without personal meaning or existential grounding. And this is just another example of why it's good to have Tidus as this vehicle
think I already got this before, didn't I? Yes. He's kind of highlighting the emptiness of this ritual when it's stripped from personal belief. That's not to say that gestures of prayer have no sort of real reverence or significance. Just that when he's removed from it and it's stripped from his person, like he's not being anti-religious or disrespectful. He's just a newcomer kind of imitating what he sees. It's more contrasts for Wakka, who has internalized Yevon's teaching so kind of deeply, and like he finds comfort, meaning, and structure in prayer, but Tidus only finds confusion. It's more contrast on top of all the other layers of contrast that we've got between like kind of genuine faith and ritualized dogma. This game has a lot of critiques of organized religion, but it's not just a critique against organized religion. Like, it does have good things to say about religion and some of the organized structure of it, but given that it's as a game that comes from a Japanese background, a game that comes from somewhere that isn't so embroiled in like a monotheistic faith, i.e. One God, God, Allah, you know, a lot of the spiritual and theocratic sort of beliefs and stuff in Japan come from like Shintoism, which, you know, it can be tens of thousands potentially in terms of the spirits that they regard, and we are going to see more and more of like kind of these Shintoistic spiritual rituals and beliefs be invoked by kind of like the use of water and the way that individuals like the summoners kind of convene with the environment or with the spirits or what have you. We're on our way to Kilika, and there's no real better time to talk about it than there, so we'll step on the gas. Auntie says, a good old Abrahamic religious dogma versus animism, polytheism. Absolutely. Absolutely. That old chestnut. I fancied you. Shut up. Push him in. There we go. And again, that's kind of like a spiral as well, right? It's a weirdly ironic gesture in some ways. That's Besaid, man. Besaid gives us our introduction to Yevon, and it's setting up this philosophical debate quite early, like the tension between inherited beliefs versus authentic individual questioning. Tidus being an outsider isn't just narrative convenience, although it is that as well. It's kind of crucial for exploring these philosophies and starting the discussion and giving you the ingredients and the ammunition to do so quite early on. So through him, FF10 starts to pose its essential kind of philosophical questions about faith, ritual, sacrifice, the value of questioning dogmatic tradition, no matter how ancient or sacred. Tidus's kind of view on it is that it's all very confusing, but you know, that the game's going to argue that isn't that how philosophical enlightenment begins. It's like being confused about it all, not being able to authentically integrate yourself into it, because from this outsider perspective, without having been conditioned into it from birth and through history and through, you know, societal structures and all the rest of it, man, it might honestly seem absurd, man. Oh, we get the fucking daddy issues minigames shortly. That's exciting.
I heard she's Lord Braska's daughter.
Oh!
Don't say.
Lord Braska's daughter?
Hold on, man, I'm bursting again. Lord Braska's daughter? Sorry, man, I'm fucking leaking. Sorry, gang. Them sody pops are ripping right through me. All right, big lad. Where's the score?
Is Yuna's father famous or something?
She's the daughter of High Summoner Braska. You saw his statue at the temple. Lord Braska defeated Sin 10 years ago. Yuna's the heir to a great legacy.
It's tough when your father's famous.
Huh?
Wakka's a bit lacking in the imagination department.
Thanks, Lulu. I'll keep that in mind.
So, for anybody that has played Final Fantasy X, is it a calm every 10 years? I had it in my head it was 100 years, but I guess Braska can't be over 100 years old, so... Or rather, Braska couldn't have given birth to Yuna fucking 8, yeah, you know what I mean? Oh, sorry, I missed that, Pudgy. Dare you to max each summon? Don't know about that, man. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know if we'll be doing the Dark Aeons either. 'Tis 100 years. What's this 10 years about? Sorry, I must have ignored half of what they just said.
Lord Braska's daughter? She just might have a chance.
We'll get her to Kilika, we will.
She does have a name, you know. Yuna.
Lady Yuna. Well then, we pray for Lady Yuna's safe passage.
Oh, there they go.
I don't know who you are or where you came from.
Yeah, Ash, we've got an issue with the cutscenes, man. It's something you might have been alluding to before. I'm going to fix it in between streams, but we're just getting a big fat green screen. We're not the first, so I will sort it between streams, but how fucking annoying. It was fine at the start of the game as well. Hey, can you believe this? What? You sent me the fix off, thank you, Ash. Legend. Yeah. Gotcha. Thank you very much. Okay, that's not that bad. That's not bad. See if I can do it without switching out. Alright, you'll need to restart the game, but it works every time. Gotcha. Nero says, Wiki says calms at uncertain amounts of time. Braska's calm was particularly short. Right. Gando's calm lasted over 100. Gotcha. Right, quite important. I've missed it. Yeah, there's some context I need to think about them. That's an important bit of context that I've definitely not factored in. Interesting. Modu. Right. Nice one, Ash. I'll get a save point. I'll do a quick reset. Alright, we've got another 45 minutes on stream, but I think we'll bump into at least 1 or 2 cutscenes in that time, so we might as well get it sorted sooner rather than later. My name is Awaka, and I'm a cunt. Oops. Sorry, it's froze for me as well.
Yeah! Filthy, filthy. These won't sell. All me name's not Awaka.
Awaka. What's going on?
Don't look like you got much money, either.
Can't.
I've no business with you. Out of me way.
Who do you think you are?
Awaka the 23rd. Merchant extraordinaire.
Awaka the who?
Don't know me? Well, not many do.
Kilika cuts, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Don't know why this one's froze. It's alright, it's not important. But it crashed, so that's useful. Probably my fault. It's probably my fault. Probably my fault. I am a Waka. That was weird. CTD the last couple of times I opened it. Holy mods. All right, autosave. Thank you very much.
Yeah! Filthy, filthy. This won't sell. All me name's not Awaka. Don't look like you got much money, either. I've no business with you. Out of me way.
Who do you think you are?
Awaka the 23rd. Merchant extraordinaire.
Awaka the who?
Don't know me? Well, not many do. Not yet.
I'm gonna go stand behind this plant. Yeah, nice one. I mean, I know it's a different time period and all, but we'd have to imagine that Tidus, being a star player of the Zanarkand Apes, like, he'd probably be wearing some fucking drip, to be fair, man. I mean, to me, he looks like a fucking idiot, but I don't live here, you know, and everybody's dressed like a fucking idiot, so what is it about? Fuck you, Awaka, basically.
The name Awaka will be spoken all over Spira. Say, lad, you wouldn't have a bit of gill to lend.
Oh yeah, you're gonna say I've got no sauce, and then you're gonna fucking ask me for pennies. Yeah, have it. Can't remember how much I have to give you, but this might as well start. No sweat.
I guess it pays to ask, thank ye kindly. Fine seed money for the Awaka merchant empire.
All right then. Good luck. Good luck. Why bother? Right, lads.
I'm not at liberty to talk about our plan.
All right, we're going to talk about those pants you're wearing, though.
Restricted area. Our operation depends on this cargo.
Fair enough, lads. Where you keep the pants. I understand. Pant job. You got a little pant scheme going on, is it? Are you illegally exporting jean shorts? You got the jorts on you. You got a little jort thing going on. My dad is David Bowie. He was the last great summoner. Yeah, right. Fucking reel it in, Tidus. You're not leaning on those ropes either. George Cartel.
It's nice.
George Cartel. George Cartel. Mmm. Yeah, game as fuck, man. Oh, it's worked. Oh, God, yeah. You're fit, I'm fit. We're a good fit.
You're a blitzball player, aren't you? From Xanarkin, right?
You hear that from Waka?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Waka. Waka doesn't believe me at all.
But I believe you.
Huh?
I've heard in Xanarkin there is a great stadium, all lit up, even at night.
Huh?
Great blitzball tournaments are held there, and the stands are always full.
How do you know that?
A man named Jack told me. He was my father's guardian.
Jacked.
Killed the moods. Oh, his little boy boner went away.
My father. His name is Jacked.
Amazing! You know, our meeting like this must be the blessing of Yevon.
Sounds like him, but it can't be him.
Why not?
My dad's a cunt.
My old man, he died. 10 years ago.
10 years ago, is it?
I'm sorry.
He went out to sea for training one day and never came back. And no one's seen him since then.
Why, that's the day that Jecht came to Spira. It's true, I first met Jecht 10 years and 3 months ago. The day my father left. The date fits, doesn't it?
He's a smart one.
Yeah, but how would he get here?
You're here? Are you not?
Let's get back to giggling. Come on, you remember when we giggled in that? You remember we had a giggle? Oh, fucking hell. Protect the white women! Everybody, hands on deck! Alright, work, Tash. Fucking legend. I got eaten by some sea cunt, man. Probably saw he got bitten by a big fish. Maybe he ran out of... Maybe he couldn't hold his breath for so long. He's a fraud. No! Rawr. Gotcha. Nice one, Ash. Worked a fucking delight, that one did. Hey, look at that, man. Big fucking
My lad. Fucking hell, that was like a Sam Raimi. Like a Sam Raimi zoom in as the big Lovecraftian phallus emerges from the depths.
What do you think you're doing? Stick a harpoon in him and we'll all get dragged under.
Sin is going for Kilika. We gotta distract it.
Our families are in Kilika. Forgive us, Lady Summoner.
Wait! Oh boy.
Yeah, it's weird, man. Wonder how they let that one through. Hope it works, Bib. Beautiful animations on these little buggos, man. Now, man, that must have taken all of the fucking PS2's processing power back in a way, all of this fucking movement going on. I mean, I know this is the HD, man, but they wouldn't have done too much. The water looks fucking alright.
The fin, that's where they're coming from.
Fighting at a distance. Regular sword attacks cannot hit targets. Obligado-do. Kamari, you fucking... Oh, mind you, Tidus, you're not that much better. Oh shit, I thought it was Kamari. Oh! Nero says the blending of FMV and in-engine stuff was mind-blowing. Yeah, man, you played it for the first time in 2019. It's still mind-blowing. That's really good to hear, to be fair. Even back when around it was the time it was released and I was playing it, I don't think I appreciate just how much is going on in this particular scene. And from what I remember, there's no sort of like frame rate drops or anything. And there might be, to be fair, but there's a lot going on, man. For the little old PS2 as well, it really was a fucking hell of a device. Holding on to that overdrive, man, you might as well just use it, Tidus. I can't make out which one's wings are flickering. The hair ones, right? Oh, fuck, I did it again. Fucking idiot, Moose. Love that. Good throw, man.
I'm not gonna kill it because it'll just spawn more unless I get SP for it all anyway. Tell you what. Yes! Yush! I thought so. Atta boy. I'm not going to worry about them too much. As long as I just keep hitting the fin, we should be done shortly. There we go. Alright, I can see the flickering. Dead subtle, man. Or it might just be hard to spot because we're not in Zanarkand anymore. It should be cooked. I've not been counting, but this might be the last. Yo. Yeah. We're good. My, no, not the harpoon! My guy really likes that harpoon. Skadoosh, man. Skadoosh, you cunt. It's me, Waka. Get Phoenix down, done. Thanks, Slugger. Do you not wear goggles or anything? I can see under the water as well. Yes, man, dolphins are after you. Don't know if I can, but yeah, I can. Okay. Marvelous. Nah, man. There's no point killing him, really. You see? Blender. Ugh. Not very nice. They kill some of his boys doing that. Sorry, I'm laughing at calling those things its boys. Oh no, they get rid of themselves. Stop hitting my guy. That's my racist. Oops, yep. Fuck. He's got no MP, cunts. Fucking pushing it here, Moose. A bit too much, I think. Oh, Waka. It's just not going his way today, is it? Hey, all right. Can't be too far off. There we go. Lovely. Crisis averted for now. Shibbity doo, yeah, hell fucking yeah. Well done, team. Oh, yes, we did it. Mm-hmm. Water ball. You fucking did it, cunt. You fucking did it, cunt. I'm sure nothing bad is gonna happen. Crisis averted, right? Nice one. In the bag. Fucking nailed it, boys. You got mum fucking nursing a child, man. Not for long. Sorry. Sorry. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. This kid's being wiped out, man. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't laugh. Oh no. Well, you know, I mean, if you're gonna live on the if you're gonna live on the coast, I mean, fucking. What is that fucking free? What do we learn in the Three Little Pigs, man? Like, what's the moral of the Three Little Pigs? If you're gonna fucking build a house to protect it from a fucking Cthulhian sea beast, don't build it out. Don't build it on the coast out of wood. Perhaps move a bit further inland. Build a bunker, you fucking idiots. What are you doing? We'll be fucking. We'll be safe from. We'll be safe. Don't worry.
I kept hoping it would work in reverse too.
Well, I get fucked.
Defeat sin.
What are you doing? Why would you do that?
I was was just fooling myself.
Oh, that was great, man.
That day on the sea.
What are you doing? Fucking move. Go somewhere else. I don't think we'll find out what. I won't talk about Luca just yet. Because Luca makes this absurd statement later on. When they're talking about Luca later on, another settlement, a far grander settlement, they're going to say something regarding its safety from sin, which is absolutely fucking absurd. We'll get to that when we get to it, man. I'm just saying, we've just reached Kilika now, and you fucking deserve it, man. I'm like, not that you deserve it, but like, if you exist with this thing in the world, I don't care if you fucking, if your primary export, if the way that you all survive is through fishing and through boatery, just baby, don't live on the sea. Like, not even on the coast, on the fucking sea. I don't care how shallow it is, you're still on the sea.
Our loved ones. We feared they would become fiends.
They become worse than that, man. They become fucking chum. Ah, yeah, fucked it, man. Oh, they're all dead.
See what we can do to help in town.
Nah, why bother, man? They're just gonna what rebuild it. Why? Why for? Just when we're beginning to adjust to this bizarre reality, man, we have to see these idiots torn asunder. The fucking stupid little beach. Well, hey, man. So Sin has returned to remind everybody that existential horror doesn't respect narrative pacing. Fuck them, man. We got the appearance of Sin en route to Kilika, and it's got a lot of philosophical functions beyond just big scary monster boat ride adventure. Is this the only place we get? Oh look, that's it, man. That's the only time a character is going to say our name in the entire game. If you'll notice, when other characters are involved in a discussion, embroiled in dialogue, they will sometimes call each other by their names, like Yuna or Waka or Lulu. But because for some reason, the game allows us to name Tidus, for some reason, everybody just goes, this cunt. You fucking idiot there. They do it well because you don't really pick up on the fact that they never actually say Tidus' name, because for some reason, and they learned the lesson after this one, because after this we get Final Fantasy 12, and everybody gets referred to by their names. So I have no idea why they went with this decision here. I guess they were just trying to keep some of the old and in with more of the new. But this in my memory is the only time we get to read our character's name, excluding like menus and stuff like that. Oh my goodness. The pub's closed. I don't think I can get through this without a drink. Just go in, man. What do you mean it's closed? Like, of course it's fucking... This is absurd. I'm sorry. Say that again. The pub's closed. I don't think I can get through this without a drink. Right, well, why are you here? Why did you think the pub was open? Just go in. I think they've got bigger things on their mind, man. I'll be happy to take your money regardless. We just had our first kind of direct callback to the destruction of Zanarkand at the start of the game. This is it's a narrative return to the repressed. It's the trauma that cannot be escaped that keeps on surfacing, quite literally. We get an eerie echo of what happened in Zanarkand in a time and place completely removed from this reality. And it's eerily similar, except complete opposite ends of the technological, structural scale. After seeing what Sin did to Zanarkand, it's, you know, the destruction here is pretty. I mean, it looks like they got lucky, let's be honest. The fact that there's anything to walk on is kind of amazing, man. It's they've done well. And Sin kind of appears just after Tidus gains some new confidence and understanding of his new reality. It's a harsh reminder to both him and us, this epistemological certainty in Spira is always kind of temporary. It's this idea of the epistemological rupture, the moment where accumulated knowledge suddenly proves inadequate in the face of new experience, man. No amount of that praying and stuff they were doing in Besaid protected Kilika. Nothing.
Grief over their own death, they refuse to face their fate. They yearn to live on and resent those still alive. You see, they envy the living. And in time, that envy turns to anger, even hate. Should these souls remain in Spira, they become fiends that prey on the living.
Interesting.
Isn't it?
That's important, by the way.
It takes them to the far plane.
That's,
They rest in peace.
sort of highlight just how important this is. The logic around fiends and how fiends are generated and why fiends take the forms that they do. But basically, the gist of what she's saying, Lulu's saying, is that unsent spirits become envious and angry at the living. It's probably my favorite cutscene, I think, in the whole video game. I do really like this. Absolutely, Ash. Yeah, it's probably my favorite, I think. I struggle to think of others that I like quite as much as this. Oh, well done. That's really cool. Yeah, there's a lot happening here. A lot happening, so we'll talk about it. It's a lot of symbolism, metaphor, what have you. Spiritual, pish posh, you know the ones.
It must be tough, being a summoner.
It's my favorite line in the game as well.
What it meant.
We'll get from Tidus in a minute.
All we can do is protect her along the way until the end.
Until the end? What's the end?
Until she defeats sin.
I hope I did okay.
You did very well. They've reached the far plane by now, but no tears next time. Hmm?
I wished there would never be a next time. No more people being killed by Sin. No more sendings for Yuna. Everyone stood there watching her. It was strange, and somehow horrifying. I never wanted to see it again.
It's a pretty bit of a spectacle, especially in regard, even just the technological aspects aside, man. It's this synergy of kind of like visual design, musical composition, animation technology, and mythological resonance, which, especially for the time, it kind of transcends a lot of typical JRPG spectacles for the time. Because what might initially appear as like a pretty cutscene where a nice lady twirling a stick reveals itself, not just as a fucking based cutscene, but kind of like a profound meditation on death, communal ritual, and the aesthetics of spiritual transition. So Yuna steps out onto the water barefoot. This is already a very symbolically loaded act. And she begins what we could call like a twice behaved behavior. It's an action that is kind of simultaneously spontaneous yet ritualized. It's personal yet communal. Her movements kind of aren't just choreography. They're a physical embodiment of this idea called the quote-unquote lived body. It's the intersection of consciousness, physicality, and social meaning. All of this, you know, the setting of the sending, which is performed on top water at sunrise, all of these are very contextually important, symbolically important moments. It kind of multiplies a lot of its symbolic resonance in a way. Ashton said, honestly, so excited to hear all your deep dives in this game. It's my little deep dive subject I have. Well, you're more than welcome to it, Ash. I'm very happy to be doing this, especially with people that are long-term fans of the game. And don't let me step on your toes, man. If there's anything that you noticed that I'm not picking up on, tell it to the class, man. Absolutely. Because a lot of this stuff, I'll be waiting for that cutscene, so I've already kind of thought about this a little bit. Because in the context of Final Fantasy X, water in Final Fantasy X, which we'll keep on coming back to, it's already got kind of multiple valences and meanings. Like, it represents destruction in Sin's attack, rebirth in Tidus's underwater awakening, and play, Blitzball. Now, it also adds purification and boundary crossing. It's a natural symbol in a way. It's an element whose physical properties, like fluidity, reflectivity, make it an apt device for expressing kind of social boundaries and transitions. And during the cutscene, we've got kind of like a lot of vertical movement in the space. We've got Yuna rising up in the water, above the water, whilst fireflies, the little firefly type things, kind of ascend towards the sky. It's what Gaston Bachelard would call vertical reverie. It's the human tendency to associate spiritual elevation with physical ascension, right? It's this verticality that creates kind of a three-tiered cosmology. There's the underwater where bodies sink, there's the surface where the living stand watching, and the heavens where spirits ascend. It's all spatial organization, which in
religious philosophy. Can't remember who. It's known as like sacred geography, which I really fucking like that sacred geography. It's physical space that's kind of organized to reflect metaphysical reality. So we've got the color palettes as well, like oranges, purples, and blues of the sunset kind of reflecting on the water, and it creates this kind of harmony through complementary contrast. It's the warm colors of the setting sun juxtaposed against the cool tones of the water and the fireflies. It's all of these philosophical harmonies of opposites: life, death, material, spiritual, ending, beginning. That with the setting of the sun as well implies the ending of something, or something coming to its end, symbolically or otherwise. At the end of the day, you know, the end of the sun, whatever. That this scene occurs at sunset rather than night or day, kind of reinforces this liminal nature. It happens at the threshold between light and dark, right? We've got Yuna's staff as well, like her instrument. It's got its little circular ornament on the top, man. I mean, we always kind of associate staffs with casters in fantasy and summoners in Final Fantasy. It's something that we could, I mean, like we could call equipment, and I mean this in like a Heideggerian sense. Like it's an object whose meaning emerges through its use rather than abstract properties. So through the game, the staff has multiple functions. It's a weapon, walking stick, whatever, ritual implement. But in the sending, it becomes what this cunt called Victor Turner would call a dominant symbol. It's an object that condenses kind of multiple meanings into a singular form. So it's got the circular ornament at the top. The circular patterns are then exemplified by the patterns that Yuna traces in the air and on the water's surface. It's these patterns that immediately disappear, circles that close only to open again. It invokes the concept in like Buddhist philosophy called Enzo. It's a circle that symbolizes both emptiness and completion. And given that Shintoism takes a lot from Buddhism, we have to kind of dig into a lot of that and understand it as being a very Shintoistic sort of ritual in and of itself. In Japanese culture and Shintoistic culture, there's a lot of spiritual significance in bodies of water, and like water is closely associated with this liminal divide between us and spirits. So a lot of these circular movements are representative of that, but also Spira's kind of cyclical conception of time and death. Like we've got a lot of circular, like spherical, you know, these Ouroboros kind of Nietzschean themes of almost eternal recurrence in a way. You know, these people are just redoing the same things because it does bring them some kind of comfort. It's absurdist, it's Sisyphusian in a way. Like, even though sin keeps on coming back, they are still repeating this circular sort of process. Even though they haven't yet found a way to break out of it. Like that's the kind of humbling irony, rather the haunting irony really, is that they keep on doing these things even though it's not actually giving them any sort of reprieve. Like these things are still happening, and yet they still say this is the way it has to be done. Well, obviously not, because nothing's fucking changed. Like, I'm also on the Fireflies as well, because Lulu just before this was talking about how fiends come about, and Fireflies are representative of spirits being sent on. They called it ascending, right? So we've got the Fireflies, which are all rising from the water. It's kind of making this temporal process visible in spatial form. That's just for us, man. You know, it's their movement go from individual bodies to like collective ascension. It's this collective effervescence. It's the transformation of individual experience into collective reality. And the nature of Fireflies in Final Fantasy X's cosmology, as both memory and spirit, connect to this dialectic of remembering and forgetting. In a way, they're both the persistence of identity in a way beyond physical death, but also its kind of its gradual dissolution into communal memory. It's ambiguous. It's got this ambiguous ontological status. It's neither material nor purely spiritual. It's a gentle kind of realism. It's the inseparability of matter and meaning. So that the Fireflies respond to Yuna's dance. They're moving in these coordinated patterns with her movements. It's kind of like this. It's performative. It's the way embodied performance kind of shapes what we might. I think this is a Butler. I think this is a Judith Butler thing. Performative materiality. It's the way that embodied performance shapes what we understand as material reality. So yeah, the way performance shapes what we might understand as material reality. So to try and put that another way, the sending doesn't just represent spiritual transition, it actively facilitates it through physical action. It's collapsing distinction between symbol and efficacy. How could I simplify that a bit? It's a means to I guess it's mostly just a means to an end, but given that in Final Fantasy history and lore, typically it's not going to be the only case. We already know that Lord Braska was a male summoner, but there's going to be a lot to be said about female agency in Final Fantasy X particularly, and this was a very kind of feminine performative ritual, and because of what we know about Yuna, she's very feminine in her own right. She's dressed very feminine. She looks very feminine, and this scene moves. This whole cutscene it has that nurturing energy that might be not be kind of understood to be the same way if it was a guy doing it rather rigidly. You know, there's a lot of kind of hybridization of a lot of kind of philosophical ideas of death, like we said before, like the Buddhist concepts of impermanence, like consciousness without fixed self, the water walking itself. Obviously Jesus of Nazareth evokes like kind of Christian associations of spiritual power, and again the staff movements do borrow in large part from kind of Shinto purification rituals, man. It's guy called Francois Julien had this I'm trying to remember the name of the concept, so I really like it. Yeah, the detour through the other, it's using cultural contrast to reveal philosophical assumptions. So it's heavily loaded with a lot of kind of with a lot of spiritual context that could be understood by different customs and belief system, faith systems, like all over the world. You've got like the Buddhist stuff, the Shinto stuff, the Christian stuff, and I'm sure we'll find some more before we're fucking done as well, man. But combining again Japanese aesthetic principles, like Mono no Aware, which is the Japanese thing. It's the use of negative space and how negative space defines what else is around it. It's like the pathos of transience, Mono no Aware. The way we combine that with like Western narrative structures and our ideal of monotheistic or heroic individualism, Yuna herself here will come to embody this cultural hybridity with her mixed heritage, which we won't talk about just yet. But there's a big case to be made about Yuna being presented as a unifier of sorts, unify. I'm not saying that is why she's called Yuna, by the way, but it's just a nice coincidence. But it makes her, for many reasons, the perfect ritual sort of like mediator between different philosophical systems, not just through our critical philosophical reading of it, but within the game itself. Like, she's been given heterochromia as well, like her eyes are different colors, which might suggest, given enough setup and approach and development of her character towards this direction, might suggest that she represents both sides of the coin. But that is, you know, purely just a reading. It's not based on anything really. They might have just given a blue eye and a green eye because it looks cool. But we are going to find out about Yuna's heritage, her ethnic heritage, later on. So I don't think it's too much of a reach, you know. But unlike kind of Western traditions that often emphasize this preservation of identity after death, in this case, Spira's cosmology emphasizes proper transformation and transition, death not as continuation, but as necessary change, which does make it a very Eastern-rooted belief system. And again, going back to her performance as a woman in this role, or her gender position as a female summoner, as somebody kind of a ritual performer between life and death. She's kind of identified as like I say, she isn't. There aren't just female summoners, but a lot of the summoners we're going to meet are going to be female. But she now embodies what we will see as the female position in symbolic systems. The women are to be more associated with liminality or fluidity and mediation between categories, be it life and death, birth, rebirth, whatever the fuck. So we've got this whole dance routine going on, and the presentation of Yuna during the sending is a graceful, powerful. It's kind of beautiful yet solemn, right? It's being aesthetically pleasing while simultaneously being taken seriously, I guess. Like, the game uses this traditionally female coding of the summoner role, not to diminish, but as a source of kind of unique ritual power. Like, we take it more seriously because it seems appropriate. Whether the game has set up this traditional right to satisfy those requirements in terms of the femininity of the performance, or because we make associations to prior mythology, fantasy, fiction, and all the rest of it. Like I said, for the same case with Final Fantasies, right? Traditionally, the summoners are always female, so when the Final Fantasy fans approach this, they've already kind of got that conditioning ahead of time, whereas, you know, the game's probably already done a pretty good job of setting up the femininity of this role. Even though there are male summoners, we haven't experienced any of that, man. We haven't seen how male summoners might approach this thing differently to the females approaching it. You know, it's gendered dimension that, with how death is handled in Final Fantasy games. You know, in Final Fantasy VII, the treatment of Aerith's death is really emphasizing male grief and revenge. Final Fantasy VI's exploration of suicide through Celeste focuses on individual choice, but FF10's approach through Yuna centers on communal responsibility and ritual efficacy. It's that would say it's reflecting different philosophical approaches to morality in a way. It's and I guess overall, just to simplify the whole bag, because I could talk about it for fucking ages, that ascending cutscene ultimately kind of functions as a philosophical microcosm of Final Fantasy X's themes. It visualizes the cycle of death and rebirth that structures Spira's reality. It demonstrates the tension between tradition and innovation that drives the narrative. It shows how individual identity relates to collective memory, and it questions boundaries between reality, performance, and illusion. Three things that all factor into the liminality that Final Fantasy X has already presented us with this far, right? We've already been pretty heavy on the liminality aspect in regards to Tidus. And what is Tidus if not a performer? He's an athlete. He's a showboating celebrity. That's how we knew him to be. And he very closely treads this line of liminality between the uncanny, you know. So when Yuna's finished doing a little twirl about, she's we've not just seen kind of like a pretty cutscene, which doubles as that as well, but it's kind of a complete argument about death, community, meaning, and it does it all. This is the best thing about it. It does it all without a single fucking word of dialogue. It's all done through choreography, cinematography, symbology, spiritual traditions across the fucking world. There's a lot of moving parts in that cutscene, man, and I thought about this a lot. It's a very clever moment where gameplay stops so proper contemplation can begin. It gives the player the opportunity to consider potentially questions that extend far beyond the immediate narrative and the agency of the situation that is being provided. Again, we've got all of these ingredients, so even if you're not giving it as deep a critical reading as perhaps we're doing, it's so loaded with symbolism that it's hard to not, at least it's not hard not to get some of this through osmosis. It's hard not to understand some of it subconsciously because of your exposure to similar themes and concepts in tradition or spirituality in your own corners of society. Like I say, the walking on the water, the Shintoistic sort of staff cleansing movements, all of the Buddhist connotations, the setting sun, the verticality of the cutscene, the way it's shot, and the idea of sacred geography, where we have conditioned ourselves to see as being the planes of life and death, you know, with verticality and ascension generally being associated with thereafter, the afterlife, you know, ascending to whatever's next or not at all. At the end of the day, it's just passing. And we can take that however we've been conditioned to. People in Eastern traditions and spiritual beliefs will be like, okay, this is part of our grieving system. They're not transitioning onto a next. We are transitioning onto a next. They are passing on. They are doing what they need to do. And at the same time, Western theocratic beliefs and Christianity and all that stuff, they can be like, oh, well, they're going to heaven. Isn't that nice?
later on we're going to see, well, we're going to hear a little bit more about how Final Fantasy X treats the quote-unquote afterlife, and we'll come back to it then. But for tonight, I'm running a little bit over my time, so I better fucking save and go make some fucking dinner. But I will be back to stream something tomorrow. It's Friday, so normally we goof off a bit, but I don't really know. I don't know. I think Schedule 1 needs to release some more content, so I might put that on the back burner for now. But don't know what we'll play tomorrow, man. Normally it's something a little bit different, but if I can't think of anything, we'll just play this, and then on Saturday we'll goof off. We'll sort out what time games night's gonna be, all that good. And yes, thank you very much, Kawusko. God, you could stick with us, man. I hope work's all right if that's where you're at today. Thank you very much, Auntie. I don't know what I'm gonna have yet, but I've got a bunch of food in today, so I've got a bit of choice for once, which is all right. I certainly shall. I thank you very much. Thank you. And cheers for sticking. We normally top it off about 15 minutes ago, man. Especially with people in Europe and stuff that are ahead of us, just to be respectful of your time. But tomorrow, we don't really need to do that. And on Saturday, I'll be having a drink and stuff. So who knows how long I'll be streaming on Saturday. We'll find out, man. I normally lose my head a bit and keep on going far later than I should. But we shall see. I wish you all a very pleasant evening, day, afternoon, morning, whatever the fuck you're experiencing right now. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Don't know what for, but if nothing else, it'll be this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Enjoy yourselves.